Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to BRO. We've had a little bit of a week break, but we're back this week with Standard, and the Vanguard fun continues on for yet another week. And of course, we are going to be your commentators for today. Myself, joined by Kai and Amar. Guys, how are you doing?
Feeling good. It's been, have a bit of a rest, but today's going to be probably a long day, right? Another long day. Amar, how do you feel?
Excited because we're going to be looking into D finally, yeah? One of the best formats in my opinion. I just can't wait to see what players are going to be bringing in now that, we're going to be touching on the ban list just for a bit, yeah? Yeah.
That's right. There's some changes.
Yeah, meta changing.
Yeah, it's... Honestly speaking, I just got back less than 12 hours ago from Osaka, where me and a bunch of friends, we basically boot camped playing Standard with the new DB26 meta for the entire week. And honestly, I think my fun with this format and my fun with Vanguard as a game right now is basically reaching / potentially surpassing how much fun I had with it back in the mid to end of G, which I've said many times is arguably my favorite era of the game ever. And the fun and the depth of the format is starting to reach that level, and it's only been a bit over a year of Overdress 2, and it's really great how they've been kind of balancing and kind of updating the format while keeping it fresh and exciting at the same time. So I'm really happy to talk about Standard today. I think we have a lot of things to go over before we even get into any games. But first, before we do all that, let's talk about the format for today's event. Of course, some of you are tuning in for the first time. Maybe you haven't seen how things look. Of course, today we have the day 1, which is going to be Swiss rounds. Of course, we're going to have about 7-day rounds of Swiss, where you basically play against your opponents, and then the players with the best scores and the ones with the most wins will proceed to day 2, which will be taking place tomorrow, same time in the morning, same Twitch channel. You guys will find us here as well. And that'll be also best of 1, top 8, single elimination. And then Kai run us through the schedule for this week as well as next week.
So as you might know, right, this week it is Standard, right? Today, day 1, tomorrow, day 2. But, next week there is still BRO going on. In week 4, we have Weiss Schwarz. I will be here with Ken. And then, there'll be other regions too. Weiss Schwarz, it's a good time. It's a good time to play. If you don't know what it is, come watch. You can see all your favorite series been played. If you know what it is, yeah, make sure you're watching. Or you play in the tournament. So don't forget Weiss, but today and tomorrow is just going to be fully Standard, and it's going to be across all the regions as well. Amar, can you tell us about the prizes?
Oh, now this is the best part. What many covered, but only the few shall prevail. So, for the top 4, in 4th place, you will be getting one honorable certificate, for getting to 4th place. 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, you'll be getting that winner PR, and the boosted display together with the certificate. But what is different, are the quantity. You want to play 4 of the trick moons, the spicy champions trick moon. Imagine just going to your locals, and then slapping up Boss Sagara and then you know what? I'm gonna show you the champion trick moon right there. I'm the champion.
That's right.
But in any case, our players have to bring their A game today in order to be, that winner for the format.
That's right.
Exactly. And also we can see the prizes are DBTO6 boxes, which is very, very important. To give you guys a idea, here in Tokyo at least, this set has been sold out in most stores where the areas with all the card shops are in since day 1. This, it's been really hard to find actual packs. Then I went halfway across the country to Osaka, and most stores didn't have packs either. There was still a few that still had some, especially ones that are kind of general anime goods stores, not necessarily card shops. Still had a few, but it's selling out fast, and it's a very popular product. Everyone's really hyped. Everyone's tournament registrations for even shop tournaments are full. So if you want to make sure you have this product, if you want to make sure you have the cards from set 6, I recommend getting in touch with your local card store and pre-ordering as soon as possible, because it's looking to be a very hyped set. It's looking to be a very, very hyped set, and the community is definitely responding to the hype as well. So that being part of the prizes is also a very good thing. It's a very good set to open boxes of, in my opinion.
Great.
As well.
It's a great starter set, right? You know, if you're just starting the game. It's got all the reprints as well, right? And then coming out with the trial decks, the new trial deck. So it's just a great time to like get into like new things, try new things. Or if you were especially like new players, or you get your friends into the game, it's just a great point to start. And you know, speaking of starting as well, if you're not sure what standard is like, we do have a format video just to kind of show you how it is, right? So we'll play that and take a look at it.
Cardfight Vanguard is a two-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into two different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are two types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the four numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get +10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger! An over trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have 1 such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
Alright, welcome back, everyone, to this lovely BRO experience. So you got to watch our little presentation there about the standard format. Hopefully you're all caught up to speed on how it actually works. And if you're watching a Vanguard stream for the first time, then hopefully you also know how the rules of the game work, as I think it basically went over everything you really need to know. But this is going to be an exciting day. We have a very nice format. We've been in this format, kind of, plus minus, for quite a bit, since we've had the release of set 4 in January, I want to say in English it was, or February. And ever since then, like, the decks there were very strong and, like, meta-defining, and we've had kind of, like, little, like, incoming waves of other decks and other support kind of, like, floating in to the format at the same time. So, we had things like set 5 bring in a lot of the encounter deck support. So we had like Overlord, Phantom Blast Overlord, also really, really good. Majesty Lord Blaster, the Craycross Epic Ride lines, like Tamayura and Thagria doing some good work as well, a lot of like Rorobo variants. And then we saw Festival Collection, which added some extra life to Orphist, kind of gave it that extra additional playstyle, same for Zorga. And then also we got some really good support for existing decks like Nirvana, Buff Sagara, that were already good, but now got even better and can fight with the top level of the meta. But Kai, what do you think is kind of like the expected deck to take to this meta? Like, well, if I think you're playing in one of the other regions. What is it that you would bring normally going into the event?
I mean, I think the most common deck, the easiest deck, and one of the strongest decks right now is still Gravidia World. Right, it's got the whole package. It's got early rush, it's got draw, it's very simple to play. You can randomly get double the triggers. You have crit pressure, right, and you have board wipe. And honestly, even though people meme about this quite a lot, the over trigger for Brandgate is the best. It just ends games, right? And that is a very I think that is something you want to like take going into the format. You go, okay, do I just win a game once in a while? So Gravidia World just has basically everything. The only thing it doesn't have is like triple drive, but otherwise, just in terms of like just how easy it is to play and how strong it is, this is definitely, I think, the pick that a lot of people will take, because it's just a really, really good solid deck, an all-round deck. But apart from that, you have things like Nirvana that is like rising up in popularity, and also, I mean, personally, I like Sarah Snow, but I think a lot of people do kind of know how to play around it.
By now, and it's been half a year.
Yeah, and a few other decks too, But I think just that there's a lot. There's like a lot in the top decks, you could say, that is very, very competitive and can be very scary. What do you think, Amal?
Well, from my own personal experience, I did in one of the Spring Fest, getting whacked by Cater Sanctuary. Bastion, the Bastion rush is still scary, dudes. It's pressuring. If they go first, they gotta win that dice roll, and then the moment they hit a great tree, you're gonna see an onslaught of just there's no way about it,
That's right.
Bastion, and then Bruce as well. Bruce, I mean, a lot of the decks that are topping with Bruce isn't really used to grade 4. I'm not saying that that much, but the pure Bruce, you have to say, just the standard build, it works just fine.
Yeah, it's a great budget alternative too. Making an easy way into the competitive sphere of Vanguard as well.
Just go Bastion. You can't go wrong with that.
That's right. But speaking of decks, I think we are ready to take a look at our first round here today for BRO 2022 and see our two players. Starting off with Car 1188, that's bringing Adam. Record of Ragnarok is one of the other new additions to the standard meta, which is one of our collab sets. Of course, we have Record of Ragnarok. We also have Shaman King coming up, which is a very powerful collab set. But in essence, the Record of Ragnarok decks have kind of their own gimmick compared to the the existing other ride lines in the game. And essentially for the Record Ragnarok decks, you either have like the gods or the sort of mankind decks. And Adam is one of the mankind decks that essentially works on powering up rears. It is a fairly honest playstyle, I would say. And it also has a bunch of resist effects floating around as well. Whereas kind of like the god decks are a lot more aggressive in that sense. A lot of like restanding rears, a lot of deck thinning because they are very order based as well. Whereas the man decks are a little bit different, but they're also quite toolboxy because of being able to run the Brynhilde ride line, which kind of searches you anything in the deck, which is also very, very powerful. So we're gonna get to see this deck in action. I think for quite a few people it may be a first, which I think will be very exciting. But then let's take a look at the opposing side here as well. And what their opponent's playing is going to be Ichi. And they are going to be running not a deck full of ghosts, but
It's the invisible deck.
The ghosty deck.
it's an invisible deck, that's right.
It's just that strong. It's that strong.
Just that's right.
Yeah,
but
but
it's
this is actually a Gravidia deck, which we will be able to take a look at soon.
we've talked about how good Gravity is. You know, it's even if you don't see the pictures, I guess you kind of understand how it mostly goes because you have you see there's like one number that's higher than the others, and that's the media, right? That's the media.
That's the media. Yeah, that's the media. 4 each.
That's right. You just have to look at the triggers. You know, there's a bunch of triggers there. We all know that. 6 medias, always four big medias. There's one world somewhere there. There's 4 nulls, and yeah, the rest of it is just anything you want, right? Anything you want.
Yeah.
It's like the beauty. The beauty of the deck. Well, not really the beauty. Is that there's just not that many units that it can run because of like the extra media slots, the extra order slots, which is actually a weakness to the deck. If they lose too many of their cards, they can't play any more out of their rear guards. So other than that, you know, it's basically a lot of the Gravia rear guards are just similar across all the different decks because you play the good ones, right? You play the good ones.
Exactly. Like the deck is really strong, and also we've seen Shergo counts going up lately. Nowadays, people play 2 because actually resetting those meteors back into the deck is really important because sometimes, like, if you get unlucky, you see all your meteors by turn 3, or like you see them all by turn 4, and then you still have Persona Rides queued up in your hand. You want to plus off of the Persona Rides, so Shargo will kind of help you out. There's also a new grade 1 from Festival Collection. That is the on-hit that can also recycle some and also plus as a result too, which we've seen picking up in Japan quite a bit as well. Whereas here we actually saw the Gravidia Marut, which is another the Festival Collection card that essentially lets you, on attack, play Meteor from hand, and then get plus lucky for the battle. So it's another way to kind of like have stable, strong beaters, which this deck needs very much so, because it basically is a deck that has a bunch of 15k attackers, or 18k attackers in the case of the Bakubirito, but aside from that, you're deck thinning and making sure that your whole deck is compressed to be just triggers and the few normal unit attackers that you have, so that you're always consistently like checking triggers, finding more attackers, even when your opponent is, you know, demolishing your board at the same time. So
yeah, the one thing nowadays is that there is actually more kind of a skill associated with it in terms of resource meteor management, basically. Because if you look at the decks now for Gravidia World, especially, the meteor counts are going lower and lower. At some point they were at 9 way back. Now they're at 6, right? And 6 is basically when you look at the meteors and how you want to like how Stana works. You want, you know, a certain amount of set orders, and you know the meteors need to be somewhere too. But if you're putting them all back, or they're all getting binded, Stana's not getting the 5k and the extra shield. So there's a bit of that management going on. But you do want meteors back, but at the same time you also want them, some of them in the drop zone, right? So you can kind of max out the effect. So there's a bit of playing around there, which is actually very, very important for the Gravidia deck, and basically separates, like, you know, it's very significant, right? It's a 10k shield or a 15k shield with the Persona ride, right? Or it's like it's hitting or it's not hitting with the Stana. So all of them very, very important. The extra draws that you can get off the Persona rides, cards are good, right? Cards are good.
exactly. Exactly. I am curious for the Record of Ragnarok side as well, though, because Record of Ragnarok, we've, at least here in Japan, there are a few players that exclusively play collab decks, right? And, like, you know, that's kind of the power of the collab sets, is that they bring in players to the game that otherwise would not have been interested in it. And, you know, so I know some Vice players that are like, oh, you know, like, Shaman King didn't go to Vice, so I'm gonna play Vanguard now, right? And so, and then they get into it, and then they really like the game, and then they keep playing it, right? And they actually start building decks of the clans themselves, or they kind of stick to collab decks, you know, kind of like as their, like, sort of thing. Like, that's how they enjoy Vanguard. And, you know, I know some people that literally own every single collab deck for the series so far. So I've been able to play against quite a few of these, quite a few of these Record of Ragnarok decks, and especially the gods, like, they're pretty damn powerful. Like, Poseidon is really good, Thor is also really, really good, and they kind of all have their own sort of gimmicks, you know, whether it's the orders for the gods, or the Voluns, and like the kind of tech ability, search ability of the mankind, or the man decks as well, which I think is really, really cool. So I'm looking forward to getting into the game and taking a look at the action that we have, because the thing is going to be very exciting, and I think we're just about ready to get into it. So let's go and see our first round here and kick off BRO Standard for all of our regions here.
Okay, so interesting to see who starts. You know, I think they're just setting up, getting ready. I think Gravidia going first would be very, very strong, but I'm looking at some of these, some of the Adam stuff. Does it really matter for Adam if it wants to go first or not? It feels like with the just going Gravidia world, you can just full on just rush, just play your own game plan. Because I'm just looking at the Adam deck. Nothing really that is too threatening, but that's kind of what the Adam deck kind of is. It doesn't look very threatening. It just gets a bunch of power, right? And
yeah, exactly. So
hits nice numbers.
Like, overall for Gravidia, this is a, you know, it kind of depends on how they're going to be going with their aggression overall, because Adam does have a little bit of an edge. You do have the Grade 2 Adam that cannot be chosen by opponent's card effect, so that does actually dodge meteor targeting. So that makes this matchup kind of interesting, and it really does depend on those items being in play, and it being a searchable card in this deck is going to be pretty huge.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, because one of the most annoying things when facing Gravidia is that your board gets wiped, and then you have to, like, guard the attacks, right? But now you don't, right? You just play him down and just guard attacks only, right? And it looks like Adam is going first. So we have the. It means Ichi. I want to see how aggressive Ichi is, though, with just Gravidia, because normally they play the world and they just go ham, right, at Grade 2. But in certain matchups, you can just you can commit earlier, you know.
Yeah, that is correct. So you see the Brunhilde ride. This is kind of the one that gets you to tech out different units. So we're going to see if we see the search for that Grade 2 Adam here as well.
Ah. And does Adam just push very, very early?
It can. It absolutely can. It also has a lot of... it has the ability to push with the Adam itself, but also the you have the Göll that can basically push out the Brunhildes themselves from that you Soul Blast out, and then make columns that kind of like rush with that as well.
Oh.
So we're gonna see here. Alright, we see Car turning off the light to reduce the glare there as well. And we see the search from Ichi, finding the world. Of course, that is the reason why you run the Orpheus Ride line in this deck, is to find that Eclipse Moonlight in order to essentially just have a extra beater next turn, a nice 15k swing, and then together with the Cubizia, that makes the Vanguard also a bit harder to guard at the same time.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how like Does Car want to deny damage, right? The next time I've seen in this matchup, players go, okay, you search the world, but maybe I just don't attack you, right? And then you can't play the world next turn. Your aggression gets stopped quite a bit. But nowadays, it feels like the Gravidia world decks aren't that aggressive as well. They're happy to push early or not, because now they can just keep on 5-metering every single turn if they want to, which is very, very scary. Very scary. And taking the crit there from Car's side just puts him kind of in the danger zone already, in a way.
That's right. So we're going to see swing. And then going into the grade 2 Atom here. So now you get to use this Atom as well once it's wrote upon in order to search out the Eve. And then of course the Eve is sort of the power manipulator, where essentially she gets to rest herself and soul charge and then give an Atom her own power. So a very the dynamic duo of Atom and Eve.
Just calls it out. It's that good.
Yep. So here we see going to the Cubizia, gonna play the World, which makes the Shadow Army token. Plus 5k usually goes to the Vanguard noise to make it just harder to guard, because you can't just like drop a 15k for no pass. You do have to think about taking it here for those reasons. And then we're gonna see the swing here. We have
a 15 and a 15. Is it
yep.
Vanguard?
Nope, that is the Gravidia Grade 2 from Festival Collection, which allows you to push out meteors from your hand. So I think this will push.
Car is gonna go to 3 then now.
Yes, Car should be going to 3 after taking this.
So this is quite interesting. On Ichi's side, he's playing against Adam, and I don't think Adam has any form of retire, right? So you could technically move the Shadow Army token back and like play something else down just to try and get more value from that token. 15k is still pretty hard to run over though, but it's still presenting like an opportunity for Car to kind of get rid of it. And in a way, like Adam does gain a lot of power, right? So hitting over 15k shouldn't be much of an issue. But yeah, see if Car guards this one.
I think you have 2 Car guarding that hurts. But you really can't afford to go to 4 there. Like if you go to 4, you are just in kill range for Gravidia, and nobody wants to be there right now. So
to be honest, does it really matter between 3 and 4 when you're playing against Gravidia?
I mean, it's like a question of them going 5 meteor drop, checking 1 crit, and you're lethal against everything, versus PGing at 3, and even if they find the crit, at least only one of their attack kills you.
I mean, in that situation, since you've dropped like 2 cards, I think you'd kind of be dead anyway. But yeah, guarding early is one of the mantras of early game play in Standard. But that hand, Car's hand gonna need to start shaping up, or he'll be in a world of hurt.
That's right. So here we see we're gonna be making the Volund. So the Volund for Adam is the Regenleif, which essentially allows you to get an extra card draw, which is also very nice. And it kind of works defensively, where when the Vanguard actually gets attacked, you can basically bind itself from hand if you have another copy, to increase the power of the unit that is being attacked with the attacking unit, essentially. So
Car's actually got 2 of the leaf atoms, and that stops. That is
the resist atom. That is very good.
The leaf is strong. But yeah, so at least 2 units will not be getting retired from Car's side of field. But still, if you're Ichi, you're going, that's still a lot of good targets, right? 2 back row targets I can go for.
Important to know is that you do miss out on the extra crit from the Bakubirito, because you can only retire 2 here, which is pretty huge. And then we have the Regenleif in the back here as well, which of course lets you get that little extra power if you commit the CB, but at the same time that means you have to bounce the boosted unit back, which you kind of don't want to do, because that is your resist rear that will actually stick around on the board, which makes it very, very strong in this specific matchup of all things.
Honestly, if I'm Ichi here, I go, how many cards in your hand? It looks like 2, right? And that's not a lot. I just no guard everything now, you know? Give me some counterblast. And next turn.
Well, that is the... I think that was the crit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's the effect crit.
Yes. Alright, we see 1 defensive. That's the crit for Ichi. Go up to 20, followed by a Balkuberito. That's an important card to lose. Arguably the best attacker that the deck has. It recycles your meteors from drop 2. You really want to like also find some meteors early, because if you discard the grade 2 meteor, for example, for ride deck, you can actually bring it back with Balkuberito. And then that's full use of it.
I don't think Ichi probably already has a burrito, or he's just already got it set up. He just did discard like 1 meteor early on, so he could just be ready for that. Normally you can like kind of keep 1 meteor in hand, especially if it's like a big meteor, just so you can like set up the big turns. But it'll be interesting to see what Ichi actually searches for with the Gravidia. If Ichi just goes straight into a 5 meteor, or if he thinks like 3 meteor is fine.
Yeah, since you're bound to 3, you could try to risk it and push with the 8 bonus crit, as well as the double trigger effect that you would get normally. But we see here the aggression, and I'm sure for Ichi it's also just asking the opponent what their cards do. That's kind of the edge you always have playing less popular decks, is that oftentimes they're not playtested for. And it's, you know, it's in standard, the meta is already very diverse, and it's kind of hard to cover even for the regular decks that you'd expect to see a lot. But then, this makes it even more so.
Just takes it. Not a bad choice really. Going to 4. Looks like if you just check the deck, right? Because it's an open deck list format. You can just check what the cards do. Adam really doesn't have any like crit effects, so going to 4 is fine. You'd probably be guarding the Vanguard next turn anyway, because you don't want to risk just straight up losing. And then we have the Gravidia coming down here, searching for the meteors. And here
Double
we go.
We want those
2
draws.
small meteors. And see if we can develop that into anything better. Doesn't need to 5. A 3 is enough. A 3 threatens lethal. He saw a crit come out, right, and just kind of a non-trigger. So overall, the hand quality should be quite low on card side. And then after that, Carl will be losing cards too. So it's very, very important.
Yep. So with this, the grade 2 Adam gets to stick around, because it was not the one being boosted, so it actually does not balance the hand. So this is going to be resisting the aggression. Would be interesting to see if Ichi decides to, at any point, swing into that Adam, because it's kind of going to be just sitting there, and we know there's another one in hand. So the resists are always going to be there in that sense.
Like you can it's kind of scary. You can see what Car's hand is. One's a trigger, one's Adam, one's like a blank. The last card one of the cards in the hand was something that he kept from previous, but it wasn't like a trigger, because Car added to card with like 2 cards. So it could be something like a perfect card. So you kind of like, just from that, there's like 1 card that you basically have no idea what it is. So as a Gravidia player, you kind of use that information and go, how many meteors am I using this turn, right? Is this just the kill turn, or am I gonna just wait next turn? And it's perfectly fine to wait, because Ichi's hand is quite big as well. And here's the moment.
Swinging. Probably gonna be a 3 meteor turn here. Yep, looks like it. So it's gonna retire 2. The only 2 valid targets, and get the extra crit for Gravidia. Still asking for this to be basically PG'd. It is a 28k swing, which does mean that it is guardable. You can drop 2 30ks without necessarily fearing for your life. With a double trigger effect, because that, of course, kind of makes guarding a bit harder in this matchup.
That's right. And this is a 28, and 28 is still annoying, because you can guard with a trigger, but that only like equals it. Though I think there is an effect on the arms to match the power, right? Is it?
Yeah. So the volume, the Regenleif, can essentially CB1 and bind another copy of itself from hand to increase or decrease the power of the armed unit to match the power of the attacking unit. We see a crit. Wait, did he no guard?
Really?
Uh-oh. What is in Car's hand? That's already 3 damage then. We need to find a heal here. Brunhilde,
Or an overtrigger.
nothing.
Whoa!
Does not see enough cards to guard with, and Ichi's gonna take it with Gravidia. I'm wondering what was in Car's hand, because it felt like there was just no ways to guard that attack, and it wasn't necessarily the biggest one possible in that sense either.
I think
right?
I think just the previous turn kind of explained it all, right? You know, having to 2-card guard that last attack to just not go to 4 damage. It kind of like shows your opponent, okay, I don't really have any big cards, big guard cards in my hand. So from there on, you can again kind of just establish what is in the hand. At best, there could be one perfect guard, but at the same time, you know, does he want to use the perfect guard now? Because the threat of a 5 meteor Gravidia like the next turn is basically without a perfect guard, it's actually really hard to guard. So, you know, in his mind, he might be thinking, maybe I want to save it, but just overall, there's just no hand quality, right? If you wanted to properly guard it, there's basically one kind of unknown card in that hand, one card that you might have known. So you could be probably throwing like 4 cards just to guard the Vanguard, you know, and that's a pretty bad trade for Car there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and like the Gravidia matchup there, honestly, I wanted to see it develop more, because I feel like Adam does have an edge. Having those kind of resist grade 2s that dance around the retire, which is like one of the biggest weaknesses, right? You know, like, I think a great way to test if your deck is tournament ready is, you know, you start playing, you're like, oh my god, this deck feels so good. Oh my god, it's so great. It does this, this, and this. It's so amazing. And like, it wins every single game. Just playing this Gravidia and see if it wins that matchup. Because if you fold to the fact that your board is getting wiped out every turn, then maybe you gotta pray you don't hit Gravidias in the tournament you're going to, or it's time to go back to the drawing board, because
that's never gonna happen as well.
Right.
for a while at least.
For a while. It's a deck that is not just really strong and, you know, top meta contender, but it's also cheap. Like, Gravidia is a very affordable deck, and it's one of the best decks in the meta, and it is pretty easy to build up as well, because it is just that strong. Like, Gravidia is really good, and it thins the deck out. The only kind of bad thing about it is that if you don't hit your recyclers, you actually do run into deck out. So if you can play the long game, like if you can play Prison, for example, Prison can play the long game easily, and just strip them of resources where they don't actually have a way to kind of like stabilize and stay in the game, then that's a different story, because you also need to use your soul for the Shurgo to recycle your meteors, and if you don't use the soul before Pure Light strips it away, well then, tough luck. You're gonna have to struggle to get it back, because you have to compress 2 cards from playing meteors from your deck to get the soul charge, which again leads you close to deck out, which, you know, Seraph wins in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of playing also against the Gravidia and learning the matchup, you actually just have to like learn how to play against it, because, you know, there's certain breakpoints for meteors, right? If you only have 1 card on the field, does he really want to use a 3 or a 5 meteor? Can you just knowing how much to play down and how much you can give away, like just give to your opponent while still being able to guard and still mounting like an offense the next turn is very important. And it's still a deck that continues to win. It's been winning since the last BRO. It's still winning in Japan as well. It's just gotten more and more popular as time has gone on. So it's looking forward into even booster set 6, right? It's still looking like a competitive deck after that as well, just because it's got the nice core fundamentals of what you want in a deck. Any other words, Mr.
No,
Stanman?
I mean, I think Gravidia, expect to see it more throughout the tournament. It is a deck that is very capable and very powerful and popular. So we're definitely going to be seeing it more throughout the day. But with that, we're going to go for a short break before we get to round 2 and see more of the exciting decks that are here in BRO 2022 Standard here in the AO region. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to BRO 2022 Standard here in the AO region. We just wrapped up with round 1. We saw some Gravidia gaming against Record of Ragnarok, which was a interesting matchup, you know, where you saw arguably a matchup that should be good for, you know, going up against Gravidia. Sadly not turn out as great. But getting into round 2, we have some very exciting players that we have to feature for you today, playing some surprising decks, especially for, I would say for both of these players. These aren't exactly the picks that I would have expected from both of them, because these are both pretty well-known players as well. And so once we're ready to get into the decks, we'll just take a look at what both players are bringing, starting off with Musrax here, which is a pretty well-known player, especially when it comes to the, the premium format and their results there, but also in standard playing Thegria, of all things. Amar, what are your thoughts on Thegria, one of the new ride lines from set 5?
Ooh, I like it. I think it is one of the most underrated decks, currently in standard. But don't be fooled. The ability of the deck that allows you to mill, it's kind of a toolbox kind of deck. In essence, and you have the Painkiller Angel there, and then you also have the combo with Maple. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to say the least. But at the same time, you can't underestimate the deck. The light and dark combo of Thegria allows you, if you underestimate it, if the opponent just is lulled into a false sense of security, and then you're just gonna be in for a beatdown.
Exactly. Like, the deck is really strong. It kind of like tags in and out of the different Thegrias, and then you can find the different Thegrias with Drilling Angel as well, which allows you to kind of set up for the full effects of each Thegria from the very get-go. And then you get to basically use Maple to soul charge in various things in order, by your effects, and then getting to recycle them as well. So for example, you can essentially soul blast let's say an effect crit to get an OT into your hand and stuff like that. Or you can also soul blast, a total of grade 3s to get a Thegria back to your hand, and then to rewrite next turn. That's kind of like the main function of the deck. And then Painkiller Angel, it resolves after that to soul blast out the Maple, and then you get to recall Maple next turn as well. So that's Musrax's side. Now let's take a look at their opponent, which is going to be Dynamis03, another well-known player, playing Nirvana, a deck that we've talked about is very, very strong right now as well, and been going up in popularity ever since we saw Amelia come out in Festival Collection, letting you essentially go second and just jump the gun. It's like, going second, I can just ride into Mahar Nirvana regardless, call out double Virina Esperal Idea, and just bash 5 times to the face, and then keep recovering the soul with the effect criticals and Amelia, and of course use Retsuji for that free recycling. And we do see the Virina Expecta still being used here as well, as both just a good beater and also as a potential way to damage the knight a little bit if you want to kind of like choke your opponent at 4 and still have the 2 crit rear to swing in with. That is also an option. So those are the decks of both players, and once they're ready, we're going to get into it. It's going to be very interesting to see. We are in the AO region. That's going to be an EU versus AO matchup. The Netherlands versus Indonesia. And I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to go down. Here in Japan, we're already playing with the new Nirvana Jiva. It's been a very, very fun deck. Very cool little, kind of toolboxy deck that can kind of switch its game plan depending on what you're trying to do and the matchup you're trying to fight against. And then, of course, for Thegria, it is a deck that is actually quite solid from set 5 itself, and I'm assuming that, Musrax had a pretty good round 1, if we're seeing him here at the top tables of round 2.
So, the thing is, Chris, is like, from what I'm hearing as well, is that the Nirvana deck, as for Dragon Empire, is kind of like it's like a 100% deck change sort of thing. It's like, everything is like new component, everything is spicy. Yeah.
It's basically a completely new deck, but Mahar is still seen as the better deck here because, of course, it's normal, right? Nirvana Jiva only has 1 set of support, whereas Mahar Nirvana has gone through so many iterations of support, a whole year basically, and that's why it'd be kind of weird if a deck just comes out and overpowers the pre-existing one immediately. So Mahar Nirvana is still the better one. I think we're ready to get into the game, so let's switch on over and take a look at it once we're ready.
Right, I'm excited for this. The deck is at peak performance.
That's right. So we saw going first side on Musrax, rode into the grade 1 Thegria, and then Dynamis rode into the Rhino And we're going to see the PG find there for Dynamis, which will be important later down the line. Ooh, the tech unfortunately flying to the side there for Musrax. That is the Prescription Angel that is being run as one of, unfortunately.
Well, it's fine in itself. Yeah? We call it attack for a reason. Yeah, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, you know what? Let's just go back to basics here. Riding the degree in itself, and we're seeing a super rush with the Painkiller Angels. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have double Painkiller. We have the double Arthen as well, which essentially kind of sets up a resist in a way in the front row, but in a way, having it twice is counterproductive because it only gives units with different names from this unit, or rearguards rather, the resist effect. So the Arthens themselves will be targetable by any effects, which, I mean, there's only regular Verena that can do that in this deck. So I think Musrax is just pushing down for the rush here. Committing double Painkiller early does mean that you are kind of saying goodbye to your potential ability to recycle Maples later, but maybe there's also an attempt to draw into the Maples, and as we see that Musrax does not use the second Painkiller, that might mean that they are also trying to save that for a future turn.
Well, regardless of it, I think this is already a successful turn, yeah? The aggression, I think Dynamis actually threw down like 2 cards, yeah? To guard during this. And in the pre-grade 3, your hand is pretty small. We've seen from the first round in itself, yeah, how Adam got beat down. Kind of got like a beat down there, yeah, from hand size in itself. And here we're seeing, this is the standard Dragon Empire route. Yeah, we're going into that Trickstar there, and then probably an Arcs. Yeah, there we go.
That's right.
So good, it's so good. You just have to, just overdress, counter blast 1, draw 2, and then that's it. That's my whole turn right there. You get
exactly
15k during the overdress turn as well. Oh,
right.
1 to pass.
Ooh, 1 to pass. That's quite daring, and it's gonna hit. That is a huge trigger coming down for Dynamis. It is effective too. So we're gonna push out the damage, and we see a crit come down for Musrax. So that does deny the arc, so this will probably go into the Arthen and take it out. And now Musrax can actually start going into the Grade 3 Thegrias, starting off with the Path of Light.
The Path of Light, come on.
We see it coming down. And then we're going to have the Grade 2 Thegrias effect. When ridden over, you get to look at top 5 for Thegria Maple. You find the Maple, very important component of the deck too. And then the Grade 3 Thegria here, of course, gets to look at top 5 to call it Grade 2 or below. And if you can find the Drilling Angel, then
you're set. You're set for the next turn.
yeah. Like finding the Drilling Angel and being able to also, chuck a Dark Thegria into the soul would be excellent. But unfortunately, there is no Dark Thegria in the drop zone, so that wouldn't have a. You kind of have to find it earlier to discard it for the right deck. Gonna use the Grade 3 Thegria there to find another Painkiller, so just thinning the deck out even further.
Oh, this I want to say is a loop, but it's not really. It's just you're just going through your deck, finding the cards that you want, leaving triggers inside, and it's kind of scary. I think it speaks for all Cata Sanctuary decks. If they're going first, the high pressure attack points, you can't really guard against those. You just have to pray that you're getting a defensive, and that the turn is just gonna end just like that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. So we're gonna swing the Thegria here because of course the rearguard effect, the rearguard restand effect only comes out when you ride over the Blooms in the Dark Thegria.
Yeah. Alright, checking for power there. Alright.
Drilling a bit late.
But no worries, there's a crit there,
I see him double Bahar there. I think that kind of hurts.
That super hurts. It means that you are now decreasing the chance of using Mahar Nirvana's ability, of shooting the free damage to your opponent. The rewrites are not coming.
That is correct.
I almost thought he was going to write from hand there. But no, it's still in the defense piece. Alright,
so 20k shield there. Heal does come out. It is effective.
Heal does come out. You know what? We're seeing a lot of heals there.
Yeah, it's been a heal festival so far. That's for sure. And we're gonna see the ditch of the Esperal idea, which is actually optimal. Because you basically get to... You want to ditch Esperal idea as fast as possible, because that lets you kind of just chuck it into the drop zone until you need it on either turn 4 or turn 3 with Amelia in play, because then you can just Resoji to get it back. And that's kind of like the optimal case scenario for you as well. So here we're going to see Dynamis going to be just cutting after searching the Verino.
Yeah, the super optimal one is you having Maharnivarna and Amelia both in hand right now.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to see 4 cards from the top to the bottom. The kind of, again, we talked about this last week, or 2 weeks ago rather. You know, in other TCGs, you see this standard cut. You know, it's like X from the top, please.
Yeah, X from the top, you know what? It's like I got kind of like a placebo effect as well. You know what? Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable right there. You know, crits to the top, crits to the bottom of the deck.
That's right.
Alright, Dynamis is thinking about putting on that Verina. It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, all things considered. If he doesn't have Amelia here, it's kind of like a slow turn. Yeah, you have to
dropping the Verina.
Yep. I mean, it's still a beater, something on it, and
ooh, Expecta coming down here. That's going to be a extra powerful rear 2. Actually committing the counterblast here for the Nirvana. Not saving for later. Finds the Mahar for next turn. Very important.
Probably the only one. Oh, we see a light, yeah? A light Tragria going into the...
Alright, that's the play. I'm going to double intercept the Maples against the regular Verina, and then this Expecta is coming in with pretty huge power, like 38 if I'm not mistaken.
You have a crit?
Not using the crit effect, I think.
Not using the
Mustrax is on 3, so that pushes it to 5. Which is good. Oh, gonna commit it.
Yeah, he's gonna go there. There we go.
So then this is even more then, because this is then bigger. 53, I think.
Yeah, just an arcs. Oh, I mean, we saw Mustrax. Yeah, he group checked the Sentinel just now. Shouldn't be a problem. And
forces out the PG.
But it's still fine. You see, all the overdrive state going into the drop zone there, it basically sets up for Esperadia for the next turn. Still good. Yeah, it's kind of good. Still fine there. And we see, ooh, alright, the one who blooms in darkness, the dark Tigria is now here. You guys are gonna see some juicy combos right now.
Yeah, so Maple gets played out from the drop because you rode. And then here, we get to pop 2 of your own rears to retire an opponent's rears, so probably just get rid of the Grade 2 Verina to reduce the amount of shield on the board. So we're going to see the Drilling Angel come out. This is probably going to be soul charging the PG. That's pretty smart, actually. You put the PG into the soul, and then you get to, you look at the top 3 to try to find a PG. But it would get called out in that sense. But it's pretty cool because now Maple can theoretically cycle that back into the hand.
Into the hand,
If you already have the Thegrias in hand, you can basically just Soul Blast a grade 1 from Soul, and then you get to take the PG into your hand, which, considering that we're going into Mahar and pinging Mustrax to 4, is probably going to be necessary going forward.
I mean, I'm loving this. You can see the veteran experience from Mustrax there. You know what? I'm not gonna go for the nifty standard combo. Just recycling my grade 3s. No, you know what? I'm gonna look forward. I saw the Maharnivarna, so I'm gonna go with APG to save my life. I mean, with 2 cards in hand, Painkiller Angel is gonna stack them up afterwards. But still, you know what? A little defensive wouldn't hurt.
Oh, no guard. That's gonna be a crit. Mustrax can actually stack this onto the Vanguard because the Thegria will restand.
It's gonna restand. That's gotta hurt.
Power to Maple. Second check. Another crit. 3 damage in 1 fell swoop. That's gonna be huge with the restand, especially. You could theoretically not. You could put the crit on the rear here because you're already swinging the opponent to 4. So you take them to 4, and then double defensive on Dynamis. That will definitely help to deal with this. And it looks like the crit did go to rear, so now you have 2 lethal swings, plus the Vanguard. So you have lethal swing on Van, lethal swing on rear. You find one more crit from this one drive off this Tegria, and that basically lets you just chill. But looks like the crit did go to Vanguard, actually.
Yeah.
So Dynamis gonna be in 5. Everything is now swinging for lethal numbers.
Yeah, why not? Not everything is in the guard zone, yeah? Everything is in the guard zone, and then, yeah. The thing is, Tigria, I don't think the power goes to the Vanguard there, yeah? It's kind of like a split to Maple, yeah? And, yeah, I'm saying yeah a lot because this is such a nifty turn right here, yeah? So it's a definite plus here, and then there can
This should be
pass.
no pass, I think.
No pass,
It's
unless you
48.
overtrigger. Ooh, that's a heal.
The counter heal as well, so the counter heal that Mooswax does run 4 of. So this is the counter heal for the bonus crits, also found in Festival Collection.
I mean, it's so good. You basically have an out, yeah, for the next for the next expector. I mean, if there were to be an expector.
Yes, absolutely. So the counter heal choice is interesting. Choosing to run 4 of the 2 crit counter heal instead of the restand one. It really depends on what your read for the meta is. You know, you have some. We even talk about them here, like in some shops in Tokyo, you'll have, you know, more of like the 2 crit decks where you will actually get a lot of mileage out of the effect heal from this Festival Collection. But then the restand one feels most common these days, especially against like Mahar,
Shaman King,
and things like that, and like, you know, Shaman King and whatnot, where there's a lot of restanding happening. And then that counter heal definitely does a lot of work. Here we see Maple and Painkiller Angel using their effects to put the Thegria back to hand, the Ride deck Thegria actually, so that is going to be a known card in hand too, which will, of course, work next turn to be able to restand some rears, and also potentially plus a bit off the top of the deck too.
Alright, but in any case, we're going to be seeing that Mahar Nirvana now shooting 1 damage in. Yeah, I mean, we're doing all the predictions right now. We're doing all the predictions right now. Mahar Nirvana, and then we're going to be looking at Esparadia, and then we're going to be looking into trying to deal as much damage as possible. Or you know what? Knowing Dynamis, probably getting more Heal City.
Overcalling the Verena too. Most likely going to Retsuji here to get that Esparadia back. And then choosing to put as many Verenas into the drop as possible so that this Esparadia can actually swing for huge numbers. Especially knowing that Mooswax is going to go into the light Thegria next, which means that the column retire is actually going to be gone. So that removes one of the ways to just like snipe the Esparadia with a huge stack on it. Let's see where this Retsuji is going. I'm still not sure if it's going behind Vanguard or behind the...
It's kind of like in the middle.
Yeah, it's just like, are we playing Vice here?
You know what? It's like I'm still thinking. You know, it's either go behind Vanguard or it's gonna be behind Expector. But you know,
I feel like it's behind Expector.
It should be, right? Yeah, it's positioned in that way. Probably just a camera angle error there. Alright, but that's. But I didn't see an Esparadia in the drop swing just now. Yeah, so.
Yeah, he discarded it earlier, so should have it, and it is gonna be. Normally the main target. I'm not sure what else you would try to take outside of like an Arcs, maybe to try to fish for more cards, but I feel like you also have to just continue to push the offensive here.
I mean, the effect from Mahar Nirvana already dropped in, yeah. I think 4 to 5. Mooswax is pretty comfortable, but at the same time, that those hand cards could be kind of like a, you know, we stated before during the V format, you know what, it's just like a fake out, yeah. Still, this is gonna be big. Esparadia is gonna be superbly big. It's gonna be restanding as well, yeah.
We got 4 original dresses.
Yeah, 4 original dresses. Okay, swinging in with the Esparadia first, yeah. Just hit with it, 23k. Yeah, the thing about Mahar Nirvana as well, you know, giving all of your units with overdress with plus 10k, that's superbly good. You're basically hitting over for a 15k. You're fishing for a critical guard here.
Oh, counter heal is not enough. Actually, gonna have to commit the Drilling Angel too. That's the downside of these heal triggers. If you're not specifically going in against something that it's effective against, it's only a 10k shield. So
It's a 10k shield.
Mahar coming in here with 23. The whole front row is buffed as long as there's one unit in the overdress state. And we're gonna have to see how Musrax will guard, as we know that there's, I think the PG is not in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So
No, yeah, he didn't fish for it during the last turn. He didn't take it back. Probably counting
Tricky
the triggers
situation.
right now. Tricky situation, yeah. Okay,
43, that is going to be 2 to pass. Praying probably for no crit on the Esper idea, because I think it's basically unguardable if you don't have a PG in hand. So
But this is a 3 to pass, right? 30k shield.
43 against 23 is still 2 to pass, actually, so we're
2
still...
to pass, yeah.
Need another extra 5, then it's 3.
It's 3, yeah.
And with Mahar being triple drive, it's going to be a little bit rough.
It's there we go. You know what, let's
actually
make it 3. Yeah,
No.
let's make it 3.
We're playing it safe. 3 cards left in hand, though. There's a draw.
Yeah, let's play it safe. Let's play it safe, ladies and gentlemen.
I think, yeah, you give this the Esper idea, you want to make 2 unguardables in a sense. So that's a G, and that was the Amelia, I think. So 1 trigger found, the draw trigger as well. That means one of these attacks is takeable. Probably... I think the power increase is almost the same. The Esper idea is just a little bit bigger. This is coming in with 41. The Esper idea is just a tad bit bigger. Ooh, PG flies to the damage. Does Musrax have a way to guard this? PG dropping the Drilling Angel. Nothing left in hand but that one Thagria, which will be ridden over this turn. And then you can +2 from her effect now, as we do have the Dark Thagria in the Soul. It looks like we had Musrax's screen just minimized for a little bit there. Bear with us for a second as we get that sorted out.
Alright, there we go, okay. So in it shouldn't be a problem. The Thagria that can fish for units, yeah. Even if you're stuck on only 1 unit in hand, a lot of things can happen. You're basically now fishing for units, yeah, to make for that final turn push. I mean, I'm not seeing any chance for Musrax to survive the next Mahanivana turn. It's gonna be now.
It's gonna be very rough. Oh, only finding a crit from that? I'm gonna choose the PG instead. Triggers are too important here.
Yeah. Go with the PG. Go with the PG. It's the final turn anyway.
Wait, but that's really unfortunate because... Oh, but wait, like, because you have the Dark Thagria in Soul, so normally you'd be able to call 2, but only calling 1 means, like, that was a really bad top 5.
Really bad.
Musrax just going all out, gonna swing with everything he's got. There's gonna be a restand from the Light Thagria too, but I think Dynamis has the hand to handle this.
I mean, if you look at Dynamis' hand as well, it's not that big actually. The draw did kind of help, but doesn't mean that it's quality guard. We didn't see a Sentinel coming in, right, from Dynamis' side.
Yeah, this is still 29, so it's an awkward 2-card guard. As Mahar technically doesn't play fronts, it's more so Jiva that's been playing fronts lately. So it's a question of whether Dynamis has...
does play front.
Yeah, Thagria does play fronts, that is indeed true.
Yeah, the Thagria does play front. Alright, so it's an interesting, it's an interesting
last-ditch effort.
Here. He's thinking about it, Probably can get that heal. You know what? Getting the heal now probably can save your life.
Although we've seen a couple already fly out from Dynamis' side.
Twice,
a few heal activations have happened. He's mapping out the damage, the defensive cards here.
I mean, smart move, but still, I mean, you don't know what to expect. There's a 3-.
He's gonna take it, and we don't see the heal, unfortunately, for Dynamis. So Musrax takes it in a last-ditch effort against Dynamis. Sees a crit in the front off the top 2, so that would be the drive check.
Yeah,
would have made
my goodness,
things even more unguardable.
It would have been worse. You know what? Choosing the honorable way out here. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you, commit to anything, and I'm gonna let you do your thing. I'm just gonna end it right here. You know what?
Yeah, it's like sometimes you see a 7-card hand, and you're just like, all right, you're persona riding every turn super consistently. Everything's asking for like 15+ K shield. And I'm basically in a situation where it's like, all right, my only out is healing and then guarding everything. And if I can't get that, then forget it. We're gonna go on into the next round and just pick up from where we left off and keep going. But if we don't, then that's fine. You know, it's gonna be just a gamble in that sense in the moment and see where it goes.
I mean, depending on the situation as well, Dynamis has been healing, throughout the rounds. You can actually, I mean, it showcases one thing on Tegria's side is that the pressure is real, Chris. The pressure is there. I mean, if Dynamis hadn't had that heal in the earlier round, things would have been very, very nasty. Would have been so much different. Yeah, but still,
exactly.
Survive by the skin of his teeth. It's like, I'm just barely hanging there. I only have my right card in hand, and that's about it. That's all I need. That's all I need to.
Yeah. Like, this is honestly a pretty good show of what makes Tegria so strong. It's like the kind of like recycling every turn that you have, being able to persona ride every turn consistently with like a multitude of effects. Whereas for Nirvana, unfortunately, it's like, I feel like we also only saw like one arc, so we didn't see the jump with Amelia as well that kind of helps to push that tempo a bit faster for Malhar 2. So Musrax managed to take it out there. And a very strong showing too, so I hope to see more of Tegria throughout the tournament run. I think Musrax is basically 2-0 now with Tegria, which is pretty good. So with that, that is going to be our round 2. Stay tuned as we have lots of more Vanguard action here for the standard format in the AO region for Bushiroad 2022. But I'm going to tag out, get Kai in here for next round. But we're going to go for a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now heading into round 3 of the Bushiroad 2022. How has it been, Amar? You know, I've been away. You were here.
Oh,
what was it like?
So far it's been exciting. You missed out on a really great match. You didn't really miss it out, but yeah, it's awesome. It's there. Yeah.
That's right. In the shadows. Yeah. We have a hype game coming up. Let's take a look at who's playing and what's playing. So swap it over, boys. Let's take a look. And first off, we have a familiar face. This is Man Long rocking Dragonic Overlord the End. Wow, and you know he's hot off winning V in EU and the US, so he just needs that AO win to kind of round out the entire world. Biego's doing really, really well, and this time let's see how well he goes. What do you think? What do you think, Amar?
Ooh, I'm liking this. The End, you don't see them a lot, so it's one of those unknown decks, that people kind of don't know what to expect from, and they kind of get like an extra they take an extra damage. You don't know what they're gonna expect, and then the deck hits hard, dude.
Restanding, that's right. I mean, if Man Long is on this deck, it's definitely doing something good, right? But let's take a look at who he's fighting against. So we have Kuragaya, right?
Kuragaya? What's the surprise? What's the surprise?
What's the spice?
What's your spice? Huh?
That's not the spice.
That's not the spice.
The spice?
Is it? I'm not sure.
It looks like the last deck we just saw. So
yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I think our viewers are gonna get surprised if they actually see.
Should we spoil it? I think we should spoil it. It is apparently Bev Sagra. So we're gonna see some Dragon Empires going on, and it's pretty interesting. Although we can't see the deck, it's Bev Sagra. Bev Sagra usually looks very similar. Let's jump into the game and see how this matchup turns out. Right? We can maybe yes. I think someone's camera just fell down. So might just stop there for a second. Yeah, so what do you think of this matchup? Both decks go fast, but I think Bav can go faster, right?
That's the thing right there. Yeah? Because the fun part about playing in standard is that you can come from the same nation. There we go. There we go.
There it is.
You can play from the same nation. You can play from the same nation, but you can have like different comps, different strats to it. Yeah, so it's like Bev Sagra versus the End, and then both that ramps up hard. But I think if Manlong is going first in the situation, I mean, kind of get can kind of get the upper hand when it comes to prepping for the End.
But we have Kurigai actually going first. The Bev Saga deck big advantage. Big advantage because the End really only starts going off when the End is ridden, and that's usually one turn later, right?
One turn later.
That's kind of like a turn 4 deck. Kurigaya as long as Kurugai gets some trick moons, it's time to go. Right? It's time to go. So we have the shield being searched, and then next turn you could probably start even going at turn 2. You know, put down an extra card to attack with.
Yeah, just wrap it up. Yeah, just wrap it up.
Yeah, Bav Saga is like, and one thing you have to realize is like Bav Saga, although it's aggressive, it does have, because of the shield, it is relatively tanky, which is quite scary.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it pretty much once every turn. It's not good. I mean, it's super good if you're playing it. It's not good if you're going against
That's right.
it.
Yep. And Manlong already boosting as well. Very important card there. It is the Shiha. You want to develop that as soon as possible because it turns into some nice kudos later on when you go for the Rai deck. And with 1 damage already on Kurugai's side, so that's all right. Get the Swamp back. And
I mean, it's gonna go relatively slow, on Manlong's side, yeah. So Kurugaya, I'm sensing that. Oh yeah, just going.
Oh, look at that!
Just going for that.
3 attacks already.
The I formation.
Oh no, it's actually the I formation, or it could be a lowercase L formation. Yeah.
Lowercase L formation.
Yeah.
Yes. So you don't want that Barakyo Force to hit. That's the thing. When the attack hits, you retire it, you draw a card, and then you can retire your opponent's rear guard. You don't want any of them to hit. Not especially when you have a booster down during your first turn. That really, it's gonna mill it out. Oh. Yeah,
I really like this play from Kurugaya because
and there's a crit.
Oh, the crit. Ouch. That's actually not bad. If you can get a trigger, but no trigger. Actually, no, you attack with that last, so it doesn't matter. So here comes the Shihab, right? The Shihab, this is where it comes in handy. It basically is your cost for discarding for the Rai deck. So it's you can develop it, then you can boost with it to get the value, and then it just goes into soul, adds to soul as well. So a bit of everything, but when you get aggressed on like that by Kurugaya. Yeah, with the Brachio Force, they can actually retire it. That's pretty annoying. That's actually really, really annoying. So well played on Kurugaya's side.
And they're still on the field, dude. They're still on the field. So Manlong has to deal with them somehow.
I wonder if you could just go rear. You could just attack Rio. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna suck for a bit for Manlong, but then I think in the long run, you want to think about the long run, right? You want to think about the long run.
Yeah, you exhaust the resource. Like Shihab,
no, it's just going face.
It's going face.
Face.
Okay, he's not afraid. He's not afraid. But here's the thing, right? Is I guess you still want to do damage. Damage is pretty good. You want to push as much as you can because then your ends become very, very, very threatening, right?
Very threatening. Yep. But will we see a turn where the end is actually rode upon though?
Yeah, because we got the Bav Saga coming here.
Yeah.
But this one too. He gets the spear, right?
The spear. He has the shield in hand though.
Does he have the trick moon?
There we go.
There we go. Bav Saga trick moon. That means can develop the shield as well.
Yeah. So the spear and shield combo is there. I mean, you imagine you're Kurugaya, right? You gotta think about, how sexy it's gonna be when I have that champion trick moon behind
That's right.
Barf Sakura. Yeah.
That's right. And gonna block this one. Block the side as well.
Block this one as well. All right. Vanguard's attack probably just gonna take. Yeah.
And no guards. This one shouldn't be with crit, right? That's a heal.
That's a heal. That's a heal trigger.
It should be a heal.
Yeah, that's a Draco kit.
Second check. Another spear. Just 1 damage. Oh no, it did come in the crit. He did use the effect. Okay. Just missed that. So now at 4. Wow.
The end is nice.
Yeah, and we have a one. We can Nahalan being used, and then Overlord. Oh, you could probably He could
He
probably
used
retire.
Yeah.
Berserk Dragon.
I
Yeah,
mean-
Berserk Dragon can probably do some work.
I mean, this is just 13,
He's taking
right?
He's taking a Brachio Force here. This is swing for 18, I think, Overlord.
Overlord?
Just because of the Nahalan buff.
Yeah, Nehalem buff, yeah, so it's an 18. So yeah, just choose to, just give it up.
Oh, that is the over trigger.
Ooh, over.
Ooh.
But at this stage, it kinda doesn't matter. Now that does now. That definitely does now.
So I think he's given the power on Berserk Dragon, right? I assume.
I get 100 million on Overlord. I mean, with a crit. I mean, come on, it's 113 million. 100 million and 13.
This is a no guard.
Going in.
I'm wondering where. So this is 1 damage. No guard. This okay.
There we go. See, double damage.
Heal trigger. I think
Heal trigger, but
that's it. We
that's
see
the
another
thing.
perfect guard go away. Now Manlong gets to do the effect again. So he gets 3 Vanguard
Stand.
attacks.
Yeah, crit. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's just a single drive. It's
I
100
feel like
million.
I feel like Kurigai doesn't have a perfect guard because he should have just perfect guarded that one. If he did,
I mean, maybe
because it was
he's
attacking.
thinking
It
about
was
the
attacking
respawn.
face,
Yeah.
right?
He's thinking about the restand capacity, so he doesn't really want to waste it now. Probably gonna be using it, during this time. The shield. Yeah, the shield.
Use the shield
might
here.
come in
I
handy.
think this is going to be a no guard from Kurigaya.
Oh yeah,
no
it's
guard,
no
no
guard.
guard. So he needs a crit.
Nope.
No crit.
Not
No
yet.
crit.
No crit.
So 2 damage comes
Alright,
out.
that's
A Trick Moon goes away
There's
as
a Trick
well.
Star. Yeah, Trick Moon and I think there's another Brachio Force, right?
Yeah, that's the 3rd Brachio Force. Only runs 3.
So that's it.
Yeah,
Brachio Force.
that was pretty scary for Kurigai. We see the 2 PGs go away. And then because Kurigai couldn't guard anything, it's kind of confirmed that he had no PGs in that entire hand, which is like important information for Manlong.
It is.
When you know your opponent doesn't have PG, that's just one thing to worry less about, and 2 of them are gone. So the ceiling, the amount of PGs that Kurigai can actually get is not high. Kurigai using the Bath Saga effect again, retiring the whole front row. This will be swing big with crit.
Oh. I mean,
Ooh, hard guarding.
Yeah, hard guarding this.
So all to Vanguard.
Oh, I would have loved to see an OT.
Oh, wait, that was still enough.
Oh, yes.
That was a
It's
heal.
a 6 damage shield. It's a 6 damage shield.
No, but that's 3
But
damage.
no, that's it. What is
Wow. What just happened?
The OT came to save Manlong, kind of buffed up the
But
hand there, but
it wasn't
enough.
It wasn't enough. Wow. What
we just saw.
both players have no perfect guards to effectively
None.
stop these big attacks. Manlong having to throw four cards just for a 1 to pass. That is actually really, really rough. Even if he could guard that though, I'm not sure if he could guard the other side. I'd have to watch it again, because that side will hit with crit, and he wouldn't have that much power left in hand to guard that, right? So yeah, that was a rough game. That was a rough game on both sides. Everyone had to play. Everyone had to play to their the small percentages to see if they can get scrape past. And fortunately for Melong, didn't turn out well for him. Kurigai, on the other hand, was able to get that nice no guard off and stay alive.
One step closer to getting that trick move.
Trick
yeah?
move, that's right.
That trick
On a
move,
mission, right? On a mission.
On a mission.
Yeah?
On a mission. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna head off to a short break. We'll be right back with more standard. All right. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you for waiting, and welcome back everyone to Bureau 2022. We're here for round number 4 of Standard here in the AO region, and of course we have plenty of good Vanguard content for you guys today. We have the AO region starting off, and then as usual, EU will follow after, NA after that. And if you miss any rounds or you want to check the decks from previous rounds, you can check out the official Vanguard Twitter, where they actually post up all of the feature matches and all the deck lists used by the players themselves. So if you ever need a kind of like refresher, recap of what's happened, you wake up for EU and you want to just see what's been popping for AO, that's your way to do it. So Kai, how's your round 3? It was pretty quick. I was watching from the sides. It seemed over in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a big back and forth that just ended very quickly because, everyone ran out of steam because they've just been aggressing so hard. But that's pretty much the matchup in a nutshell. When you think of like Overlord, pretty aggressive deck, but then you face against Bavsagra, which can be much more aggressive going forward, like just going first and popping off. That's exactly what happens. And yeah, that was that. But I think this time though, we have a not as aggressive matchup. Right, let's kind of take a look at what's being played. All right, and first off, I think we got Colin with
That's right.
Bruce.
Colin Lee running the Grade 4 Bruce with quite a few components of the Grade 3 Bruce build. So it's definitely a pretty unique build. We usually see things like swirlers and whatnot in these Grade 4 Bruce lists, but here Colin has chosen to focus on the Grade 4 Bruce, being able to restand the Vanguard on top of the rears as well, but utilizing a lot of the sort of package that you normally see in Bruce, like, the Derek, the Marjorie, popping off the opponent's board, making sure you also have a soul all the time and draw a bunch of cards. And instead of using something like Pandemonium, you have Hellblast Full Dive to give that extra double Persona Ride turn, or I guess the extra power that I guess the Grade 4 Bruce kind of lacks in some instances too. And using the new Festival Collection Grade 2, the Megan. So of course, that is also a very powerful 20k attacker on her own if you're in Final Rush. And she gains it for the turn, so she goes 20 and then 30 on the second swing, which makes her a pretty good attacker, but we often see her as like a 2-of, when now we see Colin is committing to the 4-of, which is definitely quite cool.
Actually, we see a lot of Bruce was actually going all in on the Megan just because it's just so good. Just a great beater, and then if you commit it early, you don't really care if you lose her or not. It's just a nice early, just all around a decent card. But we're up against the other player, who is Losef playing Flagberg. All right.
Yeah, we have Losef on Flagberg itself. Flagberg has been a very good deck as well ever since Magnolia, got restricted from using Inlet Pulse. It kind of went back to its home of Flagberg. And I mean, this is the deck that can swing 5 times, especially on Persona Ride turns. It's really, really scary. You have ways to fix up your soul, Spiritual Body Condensation to make sure you can keep repeating and reusing your inlets as well. And on top of that, we see different trigger lineups from time to time. Some players do run fronts, but you usually do see a heavy crit lineup, or sometimes some extra draws just to make sure you draw into the specific pieces before you actually start plussing off of the inlets and the Flagbergs. But it is a more aggressive deck than Bruce. It is trying to finish the game a bit earlier than Bruce, I think. So we're going to see how that's going to actually play out here for our Flagberg player, Losef.
That's right. So let's jump into the game, and we get to see the important start-off point. Bruce getting the first pick would be very strong, able to get to the grade 4 where he wants to be at turn 4. But if Losef is going first, he basically gets like a free turn to kind of just go aggressive. All right. One thing I do want to point out, and Losef is actually going first, so this is going to be very, very strong for him. Losef's Flagberg build is a much more like traditional aggressive build versus like the other new kind of Flagberg builds that are popping up, which rely a lot more on orders, where they boost with the Sailor, and that allows them to grab orders back, and then they can keep on reusing orders and abusing orders. So that's kind of an interesting pick, just on like aggressive Flagberg versus like order Flagberg. Colin getting the combos of a Perfect Guard going away, but actually not too bad, because Perfect Guards in this matchup is you want shield, but you don't want to pay for that shield. That's the key thing. But I think what's interesting is with Colin's deck, the heals, he's running 2 heals that to counter his standards. So
yeah, so the counter heal is actually going to be pretty huge here for Colin. Of course, as a slower deck, the main weakness is usually just multi-attacks, right? So you need a way to prepare against that and to fight against that. And essentially, Colin has some, slots dedicated in the deck to countering that as well. We're going to see here the swing from the pursuit, from the assault rather, sorry, and that's going to swing in. We see a Hellblast full dive, go to the damage, another 10k swing here. Will this ask for 5k shield? It's always hard with Bruce because, having to guard these early attacks means you are losing key pieces, key combo components of later turns, but you can get the card back here by writing Richard and soul charging the Matt back into the soul and drawing a card off this effect.
I mean, Wade, like, having to discard Wade is actually not bad. Wade is one of those cards where you commit early, and then, later on put it in just to give your Vanguard more soul and power. And you have to decide which cards you can discard and not worry about. And that's it's pretty much one of the skills of playing Bruce right now. But I also want to just add more to the heals. Just like a lot of players are bringing the anti-crit one as well, just because it's pretty good against Gravidia when you think about it. Gravidia will be 3-rocking you or 5-metering you, and just having just a straight up, 25k shield against that, it's great. It just means you need only like 5k more for like a tutor pass, for example, right? And we have the Flagberg being ridden. And,
that's right. We saw an effective heal earlier, so Loso gonna stay on 1 damage, which is both good and bad in a way, because you do actually need quite a bit of CB to make the 5 attacks happen. So you need the 1 CB for Flagberg itself. So luckily, we see that Losov does have the Prize Trident. Without that, you would not be able to do everything off of 1 CB here. So we're gonna see the swing,
but no
first.
inlet pulse.
Yeah, that's right. Inroad Shooter gonna swing, and then we're gonna see the attack from the Ascendance Assault, which in this instance will not be restanding. So I guess we're gonna just go for the card draw off of Flagberg this turn. So gonna be just nice and honest turn.
If you had an inlet right now, would you bother have played it just for the card draw? Because you don't get to restand with it. But
it's a good question, because I mean it is still an important part of aggression, and against Bruce, I feel like you need to keep the pieces going like that as well. But here we see just 3 attacks from Losov. Gonna swing, get the draw from the Flagberg, and then we're seeing it to the pass here. Guard while you can is usually the idea.
Pretty much,
Flagberg.
yeah.
Gonna see the crit, but it's not gonna go anywhere. So it's gonna be just 1 damage to Colin. That is a pretty good pace. I think if you're Colin, you're pretty happy, not having to worry too much about eating too much damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff for Colin right now. Colin goes into 3. He could attack that Ascendance Assault if he wants to, and just put the pressure there, knowing that like next turn with just 1, like 0 CB, actually it'd be pretty hard for Losov to put on anything, and then Colin can start doing his turn. Like if you underestimate like Bruce push turns, even grade 4 Bruce push turns, they're very scary. They can go, you can go from like 1 to like done if you're not very careful, and Colin can kind of like utilize that and go, yeah, I can just play it slow. I can play it so I can play my pace pretty much. And Losov will probably have to deal more damage to me next turn, and I can use all that damage for my big plays.
That's right. Looks like it's gonna be a 0 commitment turn. Bruce just swinging, I think. Oh! That is gonna be effective.
That is huge.
All effects to Vanguard, of course. That is gonna be very important for future pushing, and second check still needs to come out here. And a crit! Did that go to face? That it did go to face. That's 3 damage.
Oh no!
Losov gets the CB he wanted, but at what cost?
He gets the CB a lot at this rate. And that is a huge trigger. Colin, like it's a good time to trigger that over trigger. Next time would have been good too, because grade 4 Bruce does restand, so it gets the double dip on that over trigger effect. And at least next turn it will be
there's the
very scary Vanguard swings. And now
right.
Losov getting the Persona ride, doing the whole field. is gonna be able to do the 5 attacks.
That's right. And the pool's gonna put in some work. Of course, this card does have more than one effect. If you're a Magnolia player, you know, it's easy to just skip over the first part of this card, but it does indeed restand for cost of Soul Blast 1 if it's the first attack of the turn. And it's coming to 23 due to the Persona Ride. So Colin does have to deal quite a bit of attacks, potentially losing some important pieces from hand. Might commit that crit that they checked earlier just to guard this, or you try to take the first attack and see some defensives to make guarding the rest easier. But the thing is that this deck actually breaks a lot of defensive numbers, especially on Persona Ride turns, quite easily. So just seeing one defensive will actually not be that helpful. So we'll see what the call is going to be. I think you can't afford to take more than 1 damage before the Flagberg attack because you do want to just take the Flagberg attack because of the guard restrict.
That's right. You have to be really, really careful with this deck in terms of how you want to take damage, because the optimal way is just to no guard the Flagberg one, right? But at the same time, you also feel like, oh, if I take like damage early, that makes all these extra attacks easy to guard. So it's like, how do I want to do this? But yeah, you have to kind of play it safe, guard whenever you can. You know, get the value guarding in before Mr. Flagberg comes in and you know, eats your damage zone. Right?
Ooh, 20k shield drop for a 20k attack. Really just trying to defend against these early swings before Flagberg comes on in. I think this might be the attack you want to try and take. This next one is 28. If you have another front in hand, that is going to be a 1-card guard. And then you can afford to take the Flagberg and pray they don't double crit you for game.
And here it is. Here's the damage coming in.
Not
that's a Megan, I think.
Yep.
And this side is now 28.
Yep, 20k shield will come down. Looks like
there it is.
The damage mapping is going according to plan, and Losov can swing in now and use the Trident first. Put it to Soul. This is the first. This is the 5th battle of the turn. Countercharge 1, and then boost with the Prize Trident behind Vanguard as well for the additional power.
And,
there we go.
Boosting.
This is no guard.
No guard.
Right.
Yeah, there it is.
First check.
First check.
It's good. Second check heal. That's really big. Very important.
Ooh.
I think that's the heal that they wanted, just to help and survive there. 1 damage going to get pushed. We see a Hellblast full dive there. That is the 2nd copy going to the damage already. So a bit less power ceiling for Colin's side there. But
yeah, so that heal does open a lot of things up, because now he can take the first 2 regard attacks from Colin if he wants to, and then just he's gonna be forced to guard the Vanguard reswing anyway, so it just gives him some more wiggle room, right? But Colin does have to ride the Bruce though. But he's thinking so long. Does he not have it?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Doesn't
no.
look like it. That's not good. We're in final rush, but at what cost? And they use Derek to retire the Ascendance Assault, and then get to look at top 3 to call and or Soul Charge.
Yeah, so... Ooh, that's a... Oh, now... he does have the Overtrigger, alright, so that Vanguard line is still hitting okay. He can make power lines of Hellhard, not Hellhard, full dive, right? But oh, wait, did he? Yeah, this is from the Derek, eh? Is that the heal as well?
Yes, this is being called from Derek, so gonna use to fill up a board of 2 triggers and a grade 4 Bruce. It is a superior call. Hellblast full dive. It was in hand. Can almost want to draw. Can we find a good attacker? There's a Marjorie.
Was his hand like that bad though? It just didn't. It felt pretty weak.
Doesn't look like the card quality was right there.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be a bit problematic. I mean, Marjorie is good to help build up this board a little bit, and Bruce can swing. And we can boost it with the crit, put that to Soul, and then boost up anything virtually.
Like, the problem is, you know, Bruce is supposed to hit pretty hard, but the hardest thing hitting right now is like Marjorie and like the Bruce, right? He's committing 1 more card, it seems. Is that a Dobar?
Debating on it. It's gonna be the Dober. So this can basically turn both rears into 33k plus, which is what you do
Way
want.
better. Yeah.
So Marjorie gonna swing first, use the skill to put the heal to soul and draw 1, and soul charge 1. Soul charge into PG, which is not great because there's no portable in this deck actually. So that
Another
cannot actually
PG
be
gone?
Yeah, there is a PG gone. But again, PGs in this matchup aren't exactly that great because of Flagberg's Guard District. So it's gonna be a bit of a question mark. We see a defensive come out for Losef.
That is huge.
That kind of undoes the Hellblast full dive.
Yeah, and I mean, Losef still has 1 more damage he can take. And that basically shuts off heals on Colin's side.
Yeah, so you think it'll be enough there. That is just
yeah,
a
that is just
27. 37 actually against 23.
And here comes the
Bruce gonna
Bruce.
swing, Soul Blasting 5. Let's get the Ride Line out, some triggers out, PG out. It's easy to Soul Blast in this version of Bruce since you don't play Protobulb. Compared to Grade 3 Bruce. And that resigns the rears, both at 33. Vanguard's gonna be swinging with 33 as well because of the Overtrigger effect.
Yep. And this one has the crit, so Losef still has to guard this.
Mm-hmm. Alright. We see that Losef is calculating out the hand, carefully mapping out which card's gonna go to which battle.
Wait,
You
is
know,
there? Okay.
the most important is to guard the Vanguard, but I don't think there's a PG in this hand right now from the looks of it. Trying to think of a 2 to pass potentially here.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it might have been better maybe to like take it just to shut out the heals, because Colin doesn't really have that many cards in his hand either. But if Colin hits a heal here and goes to 3, that is pretty hard. It's pretty annoying for Losef to come back then. So perfect guard on this, which is fine. That is a front.
Oh, that's big. That is definitely big.
No heal comes out. Okay, it's fine. But yeah, that front is kind of going to negate that trigger that Losef just got. And now everything's swinging for 43. Still asking for 2 cards to guard.
This could be taken though. Like that's the one nice thing is you can go to 5, put yourself in heal range, and take Colin out of heal range for next turn, where their hand is going to be very thin, especially if Losef has the pieces necessary to make 5 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, if Losef has like Persona Ride and then the pieces, it's pretty strong. It'll be a pretty deadly turn. But
Yeah,
just from how Losef is like thinking, right? It feels like his hand is not too amazing.
Ooh, inlet. We can bring one inlet back. There's a Spiritual Body Condensation in hand, which can bring it back. But do we have an Ascendance Assault is my question right now. So this is 28, need 10 more. That will do it as well. That is enough to guard it. And so Colin going to be passing the turn back to Losef here after an attempt to push, but unfortunately no dice. And only 6 cards left in hand, and like, what was the drive check again? I'm trying to remember.
It was a front and a Megan.
Right. So, obtain
Losef,
25 shield.
Oh, no Persona Ride on Losef's side.
Oh, that could be a good sign for Colin.
Yeah, this is a great sign for Colin, to be honest. It's like, now if the next card on the Colin's deck is a trigger, this turn becomes insanely easy to guard.
Ooh, Ascendance as well as the Mantis coming down on top of that in order to make these attacks extra annoying. So now you've got 18k, 15k that can get boosted as well, making 23. You know, good numbers through and through, and the 28k inlet pulls in the restand as well. And you get the full effect of Flagberg, which is most important of all.
18k, pretty annoying. Still an annoying number. Colin's taking a long time to think of this. You're doing the maths, right? Going, okay, how do we do this? That boosted, Ascendance Assault boosted is a 23 line, so that hits over a trigger. Trigger comes, the Trident will be swinging for, I think it's 28, right?
Yes, so...
Yeah. It's a great number.
Essentially, we got a I mean, I think, again, we're back to square one, where it's like, okay, if you're calling, you can guard this with a 10k if you have the 10k to guard. You have a 20k shield we know for sure in hand, which you want to save for the Inlet Pulse restand. So I think here you have to guard all 4 rear swings, take Vanguard, pray for no crits. Like,
wow, yeah.
It's always gonna take the first one. That's really big. Marjorie's not gonna be defensive. You don't have the hand to be guarding the Vanguard here. Is this gonna be like a praying for a heal off the Flagberg attack? This is 15. You can drop the Megan here. Okay, it's gonna be the Derek.
Derek, okay.
28. That's for the front. And then you get a 15k for the last assault attack.
Yeah, this is 2015 and then 3 cards.
Yeah, it's rough because so Losov is gonna go back to 7 cards in hand this turn as well. 8 cards, because draw 1 from Flagberg, 2 drive checks, draw 1 from Inlet. So 8 card hand can probably handle Bruce's aggression too, because I think there's like barely enough soul for another Bruce turn if there's no reride.
Yeah.
So no matter what, Cullen is in a very sticky situation.
Gonna
take it, and we don't see a heal. It's gonna be game for Losov. Gonna take it just like that. Cullen, unfortunately, could not find the pieces. And in general, it was definitely an unfavored matchup, I would say, because of the aggressiveness of Flagberg. You know, being able to just ask for early guard from the very get-go because they can't afford to, you know, take too much damage before you get into the grade 3 turns where you actually need to start hitting those defensives or banking on those defensives. I mean, even the latest anime episode showed how important it is to guard early against these aggressive decks and hit those defensives when necessary on the big grade 3 push turns. So
yeah, honestly, missing that grade 4 ride for Bruce probably just sealed the game. Was like the game deciding bit, because Bruce would have just gotten a restanding plus 10k and crit like Vanguard for free, and then you'd make the big sides as well. You have the Hellhard that buffs the side. You have the Marjorie hitting big. You have the other side hitting big. Just having that extra Vanguard pressure would have done like huge amount of wonders on making sure, you know, the hand on Lewis's side would kind of just melt away. So unfortunately, that was big unfortunate. But yeah, that's just kind of how it is when you're playing the grade 4 decks. If you don't hit grade 4, you better have a relatively okay backup plan, right?
And I think from the grade 4 decks, Bruce does have a relatively okay backup plan, but it's just the main deck changes a lot depending on if you play the grade 3 or the grade 4 version, whereas other decks, they kind of stay the same. You know, and they can still play the game with the grade 3 version, but not as great. Like, you know, Bastion can still play. Prison definitely does a lot less without finding the grade 4. Nirvana definitely, you know, cannot call Esperal Idea. That's the kind of the biggest
but like
win con, right?
So like Prison still has its like triple drive, so that's got something going for it. Bruce, like even like the problem with the Bruce though is that you might think it doesn't have like that big of a change, but remember way back in like set 1 Bruce, where if you didn't get the Persona ride as well, your aggression power lines are just very, very low still. So that's kind of the big thing that suffers, right? Normally it'd be hitting like 43s with like a Persona ride, and that's like a big number, but now, you know, it doesn't hit that, so you're just kind of playing like your old deck, except not as good.
Exactly. So it's not time for grade 3 Bruce to shine just yet. That's next set when grade 3 Bruce definitely makes a big swing back. But hey, Flagberg looking pretty good. Like, you have 2 different builds that are really strong. You have this, which is, I kind of call it the pure Flagberg build. Like, this is definitely like
Pureberg.
Kind of Pureberg. This is kind of how it's been designed, I'd say. And then you had like the Orderberg that's been spawning and topping quite a bit in the States. We saw in New York, it went undefeated, and that list has been kind of being shared around and spread around all over the place. So curious to see if we're going to see that variant pop up today during the Swiss rounds. You know, we're basically halfway into the tournament today. Don't forget again, if you're just tuning in, that today we're doing the Swiss rounds. We have 8 rounds of Swiss, total of 8, and then after the 8 rounds are done, we pass it to the EU and NA sides, and then we come back tomorrow in the morning for the actual top 8 to see who's going to be the champion. But really interesting, honestly. Anything to close out for this round, Kai, before we throw it to break before the next?
No, I think it's great. We've been seeing a lot of different decks. It just shows how diverse Standard is right now. How you basically play everything at the moment, right? You feel good.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very good vibe, very good times. But with that, I think we're gonna go for a short ad break. So don't go anywhere. We're just halfway through. We still have plenty more BRO action to go for this day. Especially I think if you're in the AO region, some parts like over here are experiencing some pretty yikes weather, so it's a great time to just stay in, stay safe, and watch some BRO. So with that, we're gonna go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Cardfight Vanguard. Black.
Welcome back, everyone, to BRO 2022. We're back with Amar this time around for round number 5. We're just barely over halfway. How are you feeling so far, Amar? About the games we've seen on stream thus far?
Oh, that's the way it goes. I'm still reeling from the previous game. I mean, come on, how many times can you actually say that you watch a perfectly synchronized Flagbird game?
That's true. That's true. The Flagbird turns were immaculate, very good combos back to back. It was very pleasant to watch.
But we do have another set of spicy match coming up, don't we?
That's right. And round 5 is ready to go, and we have some players that I'm sure people will get pretty excited about seeing on stream. But first, before we reveal who they are, let's take a look at their decks as we take a look at the round 5 matchup. But before we do that, we actually have the standings for you guys this round as well to see who's doing well and who is looking to get into day 2 potentially, right? So we have, of course, Kitten Pants, Duck, Andy, Art, Desert, Kuko, Kel, Musrax, and Losif, all 4-0 so far. And there's some pretty spicy decks in here. We saw Musrax on Thegria, Losif on Flagberg, doing pretty good. And then let's take a look, Amar, at the other side here of the other undefeated players.
So the final one with a perfect score right now is currently Suo. Suo looking to be the Triple Crown champion in AO. Let's see if he's able to bring home that third championship in the AO region. And then we have Mike the Entei, Colin, just now, Monty Miser, Ben Lee, Kelly Beyond, Trunky, alright, and the D Derek Dow. Some familiar names that we're seeing right now in the top 16. The thing about it is that even if currently, you are at the bottom part of the ranking within the table right now, but it doesn't mean the end, because it does shift a lot. We still have more rounds to go,
Exactly.
But exciting, it's exciting.
If you're X1, you still have a great shot in making it. Make sure you just continue with the strong run. And of course, for the XOs, it's just the same. You can afford to drop more than one game. So every round is a very important one, right?
Yeah, not yet. We're just at you can say that this is just past halftime, The second half is about to start here, and this is where it really gets tough because now it's all filtered. Everyone that you're fighting is basically monsters. They're all basically monsters up here.
100%. So let's take a look at who we're actually featuring in this round and what they're playing. As we're going to start off with Mr. Suo, the back-to-back champion. They won premium in AO. They won V premium in AO as well, and now he's trying to get the run back here in Standard as well with the Nirvana list, which, I'm personally pretty happy to see this because I kind of pushed this deck out to him and recommended it as a good deck to bring to the tournament because I do think the deck is very powerful and very strong, and I'm surprised to see 4 of the counter heals actually in this list too, choosing to play them against all of the restanding rears that have been popping up in the meta right now. Even in the mirror match, this is really good. You have a 25k shield against a restanding Esral idea, which is really good. You have a 25k shield against things like inlet pulses and whatnot. It's honestly a very good counter heal in this meta, and we're seeing the counter heals starting to see a lot more popularity than before. And again, another good card out of set 5 basically that is seeing a lot of use as of recent. Which is very good. And of course, the rest of the main deck is kind of what you're used to seeing. We see 4 Melias, 4 Liturgies, 4 Arcs, 4 Esper Ideas, and 4 Malhars. And then the one of Urger as a potential turn 3 play if you go first. That's right. And then also as a just good 25k shield / 20k rear on your opponent's turn. that you can just normally overdress into, even if you're sitting on Mahar. But, Amar, let's take a look at their opponent and what they are playing today.
Ooh, I like this, yeah, Chris. The thing about it is that we talked about the heal being so good against freestanders like Esparadia, but the thing is, when you're fighting against this deck, Kyrie especially, yeah, you're not gonna see a lot of utilities on them. Kyrie, multiple attacks on rear guards, but they kind of bounce out, doesn't it? They bounce the rear guards and then they make a sort of like a new attack, yeah? So you're not gonna be seeing a lot of utilities on that, but I like this list so much, yeah, just show offing that, yeah, one piece of everything, yeah, the PGs, the heal triggers, you're kind of seeing a lot here, yeah, but the main core of the deck is still there. You have the Melties, you have the Larissa, it's such a strong deck currently to bring during this meta, now that you don't have the competition against Magnolia, yeah, for multiple attacks. I mean, this is it. This is the deck that you want to go for, yeah. If you're looking to get into that top 8. Well, personal opinion, anyway.
No, it's definitely a valid take. I think Kyrie's definitely a very top contender in the current meta because it's with the Friends package combined. You just have so many ways to just draw cards, draw cards, draw cards. Look at the top card of your deck. You can make little combos with this build as well, and just have strong beaters on top of the multi-attack that the Grade 4 Kairi enables. But with those decks being introduced, let's take a look at the showdown between Suo and Art and see who will be victorious. Can Suo continue
champion
their reign, right? Can they continue to defend the title of the BRO AO champion for both of the regulations? And can they actually get the title win in Standard too?
And incidentally, yeah, Suo has yet to drop around. I mean, throughout Premium, throughout V Premium, I mean, he pretty much went undefeated, didn't he?
Exactly. So here we see the best possible start where you ditch Laplume and then you get to bring her back. Yeah, look, it's so good. Laplume is a very good card to start off with. Whereas for Suo, gonna just commit the Amelia early to actually rush down a little bit, get that aggressive start going, and ask for some early defense from Art's side, or will there be a damage being taken here? Looks like Art's gonna already be looking through the deck log like, what do you play in this deck that you're so confident in dropping down this Amelia going second that you will need to use to jump into Mahar? See, defensive draw, that's huge.
Should draw. But then you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do my research during the game, not after, not before. I'm gonna do it now. The defensive is so good, Art does not have to drop a single hand card against this early rush.
That's right. The only thing is that, of course, not seeing a trigger there does hurt a bit for Suo, but I'm sure he's quite comfortable in doing that as well, in committing these early pieces for the aggro. And we're gonna see going into the Kiora, who can bounce cards from the field back to hand. So you can actually even commit triggers, for example, and push on with them. And then here, of course, here comes Melty. Melty is going to call out the Aileen, some of the best cards in Lyrical Ministerio, period, in my opinion.
I mean, you get to check your top card, you put it top or bottom. I mean, it's just basically rearranging them, You're just looking for that OT. I mean, the thing that is a game changer for this Lyrical Monasterio is that the OT is infinitely better, than most OTs out there, and that's a heal.
Very good.
Yeah.
So it takes the first damage, gets defensive, but I think that still hits over the defensive too because of the heal. Keeping the card on top of the deck too from Aileen's effect.
Is that a draw? Is that not a draw? Alright, yes. It's a 10k shield there, yeah? So that's the thing. As I mentioned just now, I mean, those heal effects are not going to be proccing anytime, yeah? Against this particular deck. So it's going to be interesting to see how Suo's going to play around that, yeah? With having only 10k shields. But, yeah. I mean, never discount Nirvana, yeah? They're like the go-to deck for a reason, right?
Yeah, it's been doing really well lately. People have definitely picked up the deck a lot after the restriction list because now, Magnolia not really being a thing has slowed down the meta a little bit. And a lot of decks that were just a little bit slower than Magnolia are starting to see a lot more play, which is, of course, a very, very good thing. So we're going to swing 12k from the Ryu, everyone's beloved favorite Ryu.
You know, I saw what Suo picked up from those 2 draws. They were double Sentinels.
Oh, well, that's going to help later on.
So much fun, yeah, when Arcs actually gets you the things that you want.
Absolutely. We can see the drive check here as well. Can we find more good cards? And Amelia, that's definitely a good card. Yeah. We know the Mahar is in hand too. Another defensive draw comes out for Art. This Arcs can just swing into the starter, which I feel like Art is going to let go of.
I mean, yeah, just go through. Yeah, you know what? It's not worth that 15k shield. You got more units that you can come out, and then we're gonna be seeing the Kyrie making his appearance. Yeah, I mean, even still, yeah, even if you call it a slow start per se, yeah, but Kyrie, the thing about it is that when you attack, you basically get back your resources. You know what? I attacked with them. Now I'm gonna just bounce them up. You know, keep them safe. And that's it. You know, you're prepped and ready to go for the next one. It's so big.
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
yo, a little shaky there. A little shaky. Oh, the brightness just got up. You know, the shiny go down.
Exactly. So here, it's gonna go into the regular Kairi. Of course, she's only gonna be bouncing stuff, but as you said earlier, Amar, you know, that's still the best part about it is that you get to bounce some good on-play effects that you can reuse on the Grade 4 Kairi turn that will also get buffed up because you played them that turn, right?
And usually, you know, the targets that you want is, of course, the Hoppin Stellar. Melty has always been the primary target. And the bane of existence, yeah. The bane of existence, yeah, when you're fighting against. I mean, you get to draw a card, you know, it gets more interesting right now, yeah, because the best friends are here. Larissa is here. You know what? That's going to be a primary target to bounce as well. It's just huge. You know, that's the thing about Kyrie is that it's so balanced. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing it, can't say the same for the opponent. But
yeah, I mean, you have a bunch of card draw, you have a bunch of resource gain, you have all this bouncing. It definitely is a very powerful deck, and also, you know, just strong in general. And we see the Arcs is going to get taken out there. We do need, like,
interesting target. Yeah.
I feel like Art doesn't want to give too much CB this turn. Like, I think, because the more CB you give, the more Mahars you're dealing with. Because here, basically, you give 1 CB, that's an Amelia. You give the second CB, that's Amelia, with the Mahar on top, with the effect to revive the Trickstar and then start bashing.
Yeah, shoot 1 damage. Yeah, you mean you don't want to get hit by that. Potentially, ooh, that's the Kyrie Grade 4
double Kyrie. Oh, that's the OT. Not a great OT.
No, you don't have cost now. you don't
have any counterblast. This is gonna just swing to check the top card and put it on the bottom. So at least for Suo, you can kind of preserve the CB in a way. Preserve the Amelia, preserve the card in hand. So could even ditch her here in order to just revive. Just to to ride up first and then revive a Trickstar. I think there might be an Urger in hand as well, which could theoretically countercharge 1 and get some attacks in. Only thing with dropping that Amelia is that it means there's no booster for Trickstar in that sense. So we're gonna have to see.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about DE, isn't it? They have like all these interesting combos. You don't really know what you're doing until you're seeing all of them. You're stuck in your hand. So you have the Urger, you have a way to revive the Trickstar, and I think it's good. I mean, with no way of going up to Grade 4 currently, you have Amelia. That's the way to go for now. You know.
All right, this is an important decision point where you cannot be committing the SUGs because you need them for next turn. You don't have the CB for Amelia. I think there's an Urger in hand that could theoretically be pushing some aggression. We're going to revive the Trickstar for ditching crit. And I think we're going to call the Amelia down as a booster, so that does kind of tell us that there is an Urger coming down. And we're going to use that CB that the Urger refunds to use Nirvana's effect for the plus 10k to all of the overdressed cards, including itself too. So here comes the 13k swing. Do we see the intercept from Art?
I mean, potentially the CB that's going to be opened up, that's going to be counter charged by Urger can potentially be used for Nirvana skill, making the Virina to be at 20k. I mean, that's a pretty pleasant number. That's a pretty pleasant number to whack with.
That's right.
Not choosing to intercept with it though, that is pretty interesting. Keeping that Larissa on the field,
She's a good card. She gets exponentially better once we get to the next turn where her effect is actually active. But I think Art is just thinking as it is kind of telling the image, painting a picture of Urger coming down. So how do you map out your guarding with that in mind? Irene being guarded with. Urger gonna come down for cost of Soul Blast 2.
Soul Blast 2, then you get to unflip 1. Yeah, beautiful playstyle here.
Alright, there it is. Countercharging gonna happen first, and then you can swing with the Nirvana here to CB1 to have a bit more of an aggression. And it really fits with his aggressive playstyle. We've seen his aggressive playstyle in Premium, in V Premium, and now once again here in Standard as well. It's been going just as strong.
It's like a Tavas version, that he's going for right now. It's like Tavas Kane style. Oh,
heal is effective.
Super useful.
Into it, SG also a very good card to pick up. We see a defensive crit come down for Art, but these attacks are still hitting over. You have a 30k Urger and a 30k Verina that are still connecting and asking for 10k shield each.
I mean, Art can potentially just take one. You can just take the Urger, guard early for the Virina, or vice versa.
There's one order.
I mean, no skill on the back, that card. Yeah, a 5k shield. Interesting, a 5k shield.
Yeah, so the draw trigger, of course, does work as a 10k shield there, so that's going to be enough. And then we know that there's two of the Kyrie grade 4s cross live. So Kyrie here coming down.
Really shines. The deck's gonna really shine right now. Multiple attacks are incoming, inbound. But Suo is at a very comfortable spot here. 0 damage. Potentially just take a few. Dish out. He needs the cost, Mahanirvana. But still, Art. Wow. I love seeing a good Kyrie player, when they're actually debating, on the cards that they want to bounce, on the cards that they want to come out. You can potentially bounce a column, a row. It all depends on the opponent's damage trigger.
Yep, absolutely. But Kyrie's going to be putting in a lot of work here. Of course, being able to buff up everything that gets called out, which is, a fair bit of this board. And on top of that, being able to bounce 2 rears and then call 2 essentially allows for consistent 5 attacks with this deck, which is just really, really good.
I mean,
you basically dedicate all your CB just to drawing, right?
Yeah, there we go. Alright, choosing to look at the top deck there, not seeing what he wants, not seeing what he wants, and then looking at the still big power here. Urger, interestingly enough, 20k, 20k base.
Just chilling there.
Just chilling there.
So this Larissa gets plus 2k for every other friend.
Choosing to let go.
Majority of the board are gonna be taken out.
Definitely fine. Alright, Art has to really think about, the next step here. Are you gonna be bouncing off a row, or are you gonna be bouncing off a column?
Yeah, it's like the double front row bounce is pretty good, especially with Suo being at 0 damage. I feel like they, Suo will naturally want some CB, but Art is just swinging at rears, trying to drain resources and punish the rush, and then just reset the cards, get the big attackers out once again, and Kyrie gonna swing, looks like a no guard.
You
see a nothing, a PG, and a crit. That's gonna be the second CB coming in here for Suo. 2 defensives though, up to 33k base. I think that should be a pass. I don't think these attacks can hit anymore.
Nah, we gotta believe, man. That's the thing about playing with Kyrie. You gotta believe.
Exactly. So we see here the Kyrie,
You know what? Yeah.
landed into the 2 defensive. So fortunately, there's nothing else that you can do. So here for Suo, he has the 2 CB to use Mahar. We do know there is a Mahar in hand as well, and there's the Retsuji in hand to pick up the Esper idea that was dropped in the earlier stage of the game. So here you can actually start to push pretty well, because opponent being on 3 means they're probably going to guard that Esper idea, and then you have the damage ping still from Mahar to push them to 4, and then you kind of just have them in the pressure point that you want them at. So while the hand from Art is pretty big, I think game flow wise, Suo does feel just a little bit ahead.
Yeah, he does have it, doesn't he? I mean, the components are here, the attacks are ready to go. You're at a very comfortable stage. It's just waiting for the hammer to drop. Yeah.
Oh, we're not going into Mahar?
Either
I'm
not
pretty
going or
does he not have it in hand? I feel like I saw a drive check earlier. We're gonna see the Amelia instead. So he wants to use the tricks. So first he used the Nirvana's effect to revive the Trickstar, then using the Amelia to go into the Mahar for a cost, then the Retsuji for a, quote-unquote counterblast to get back the Esperal idea, which will now counterblast, refund the counterblast there, and then you can still use the Mahar's effect. Gonna use the Retsuji again, counterblasting 1, getting back. Probably the arcs, I would imagine.
Yeah, the arcs look so good here.
This refunds the CB. So this will be for next turn, I would imagine. And then you can still use the CB1 from Mahar here, potentially, to burn 1 damage. Which I'm assuming is the key play, or is arcs more important? I feel like when you're 2 damage, you don't need to worry about gathering cards just yet. So we're going to see Esper idea come down. This will eat any potential trick stars from the drop zone. But I think there is none. It's just the 2 Verinas. So this will go into the Esper idea, making it to a 33k on restand. And now the front row gets a plus 10k buff, and you can burn the 1 CB from Mahar to Soul Blast, the original Nirvana, and push a damage with a damage ping, and revive a grade 0, which revives the critical trigger.
Oh, wow.
We see a defensive come out for Art, gonna push Kyrie to 23.
I mean, so now the board is clean, yeah? It's a clean slate for the board. Basically, the plus 10k is non-existent.
Exactly.
I mean,
all right.
Either way that we're saying it, still, yeah, this is still gonna hurt.
Oh, you know what's really cool about this crit revive is that it actually will go into the Esper idea, making it into a 15, so 23 with a boost, plus the 15 from the original dresses. So you get a 38k beater on the second attack, which is honestly optimal numbers. So we're seeing a very good maneuvering of the board here from Suo. Gonna swing with a Vanguard. This will activate to Soul Blast the Amelia to restand the Esper idea and give it the plus 15. And it's still swing for 23, so 15k for 2 to pass, but it does have triple drive, which has all of that pressure that you have to be worried about.
Yep. Comfortable area.
To the pass.
Right now.
We're going for it. Alright. This is a bit of a gamble. If you see Suo check trigger, it might just go to face. We're getting a trigger count before the drive check even happens. OT is out, crit on the board. 2 crits in the damage. That's how many cards in the hand.
I'm loving this. The tension. Yeah?
Alright, first check Arc, second check PG, third check Mahar. Nothing was found, but good cards for future turns, which is still appreciated.
Probably all the PGs are there in his hand.
I feel like they are. I really feel like they are. You don't even need the PG search like Overlord has. You just draw into them.
Yeah, just chilling. Okay, this one is hitting at 12.
22 with the buff from Mahar, so it can go into the Melfi, I think.
I mean, it's
or Melty, my apologies.
Yeah, Melty might be a prime choice here, but Larissa might be quite a threat. Yeah, see, he's attacking the Larissa. It's a big of a threat.
Yep, and then this turns the Esper idea into optimal numbers. Probably gonna go into rear again as well, I would imagine. Since you can still damage ping with Mahar next turn as well, push to 5. Or you can just get the damage in now if you're expecting heals.
Are discounting, the calculating the cost, the efficiency. Ooh, that's the overtrigger.
Oh, that's a very important piece.
That's a bit sad, yeah. I mean, getting one of the most threatening aspect about the Kyrie deck that once the overtrigger is proc, aggressively, it's super hard for you to actually guard against the rear guards. But now with that being out of the way, Suo is gonna be a bit more comfortable. There's no threat of that. There's no threat of the overtrigger anymore.
That's true. Both OTs are out for both players. So now it's going to be a question of... it's kind of awkward for Art because everything on the board stayed, which means that none of this has a buff. So there's no Persona Writing for either player, but Suo still has up pseudo Persona Write every turn as long as there's a unit in the overdress state. And you could see here that, Suo's just like, alright, these are small attacks, I can guard these two, and then take the Vanguard swing. Keeps on top though, so that might make you think twice about taking the Vanguard. Triple crit could be bad.
Triple crit could, it's just gonna end the game. It's just gonna end the game.
Oh, it went to the Esper idea. Knowing that the 2 refugees were used, that's actually a pretty interesting read.
So choices here are, if he's swinging on rear, it kind of tells us that the top card is going to be a heal. But, strategic wise, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I mean, the key factor to winning the game is to deal damage.
That's right.
Prolonging your opponent on 2 damage, as the game goes on. I mean, as a you don't really mind. I'm just gonna whack. The plus 10k from Mahar is just huge.
Exactly.
Alright, so let's
see the swing from Kyrie, gonna reset the front row. Probably calling out the same cards, gonna switch their positions, alright. We do a little mix and matching. Draw trigger, that is a good defensive card for later on. We see grade 3 and a grade 2, nothing much. Gonna lose an Esper idea to the damage. Reducing the chance of a double Esper idea, unfortunately, but don't really have the soul for double Esper idea here either. As strong as that would be to potentially finish the game even for next turn, but we do know there's a Mahar in hand, so Suo does have a Trickstar revive for next turn, which is very big.
PGs as well.
3
PGs.
3 whole PGs is a lot. There is that SG in hand that can actually get the Esper idea back. That is important because you can actually overdress into... Oh, the Trickstar flies away too. You can theoretically revive Trickstar, overdress into Arc, CB1 for that, and then still call out the Esper idea just on its own, because the restand does not require you to have it to be in the overdress state.
Overdress state, yeah. But you lose out on power though. Kind of want that for the final push, but still, you make do with what you have.
Exactly.
Ooh. Alright, so thinking it over, mulling it over. Counting the hand size, both hand sizes are pretty stacked. We know the quality in Suo's hand, just not pretty clear on what Arts is.
Gonna take? Oh, he's thinking about it.
Thinking about
Quick
it.
hand size check. Take another Trickstar to damage. That hurts to see. I think that's almost all of them flying into the damage zone here. And I think that's another PG pickup. That's crazy.
They are not gonna be useful. They're stacked up like that. I mean, the more as you go, with the attacks, it's just gonna be, you're reliant on the set pieces in your hand, to be thrown for defensive.
That's right. We see the Mahar and Reride. That gets the Esper idea back. Now we're gonna use the Mahar afterwards. I think is there another SG in hand, or are we gonna just queue up the arcs here? I feel like you do need to dig a bit with arcs, because just all the PGs in hand are good, but not against a deck that can attack 5 times.
Yep. Alright, gonna bring that Trickstar back. Yeah, gonna bring that Trickstar back. Alright, taking 1 damage.
No defensive this time.
Nothing.
This is gonna be a lot of damage being eaten this turn.
it's pretty interesting as the way it goes. All right, so now Asparadia is going to be a huge threat. Arcs.
All right,
yeah,
arcs.
All right.
I like it.
Digging for card.
Draw 2. What do we see off the 2 draw here?
A 1 card drop, I think. There you
Alright.
go. It's a draw trigger.
That isn't a Esper idea. I think we got another one in hand now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do have double Esper
another
idea in
one.
hand. That's actually huge. But I think you might want to just keep it for next one. You don't have the soul to do much with it, so this will be a 23. Sadly, no crits on board to make this into a 33 on the second attack. The effect
That
crits
is
are really
fine.
important for that soul reason, but you don't want to be just like dropping 15k shield against a deck like this, where it definitely does a lot of work.
Can't be too greedy. Can't be too greedy. I mean, Su has been playing it beautifully now. Can't discount Art either, yeah? Both players are showcasing experience, yeah, that we expect from the second half of the game. Being 4-0s each, yeah? And you gotta
That's
play
right.
it safe here. You gotta play it safe here. Just because the OT is out on Kyrie's end, yeah, doesn't mean that the deck threat is out. There's still plenty of criticals left inside the deck, and the hand is looking pretty healthy. It's just a question on whether or not you have ample PGs, yeah, for this.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, all right.
Okay, Mahar swinging in. Gonna use the one soul that is available to restand the Aspral idea. This is a 31k swing. We have
I
a
gotta say-
33 on the arc side. Alright.
The low
And
pool was
then-
fun. The low pool was fun just now. Just showcasing a Kyrie, gets a 10k shield. That was pretty fun to watch. It's a 15k shield. Alright, yeah, so resending that Asparadia. This is still pretty scary, you know. If it were me, I'd drop a PG right now. I mean, the Asparadia is not getting any power boost other than from Mahar. But I don't know. Seeing Art's situation right now, the way that he's putting the cards is.
Ooh, we're getting a trigger count.
Yeah, that's why.
I think we
Alright,
still have a
6,
PG in
7,
hand for art too.
That's 8, yeah. 8 triggers are out potentially, yeah. And we saw Suo's hand just now. Yeah, he has 1 crit, but basically the hand's pretty filled with set pieces. Yeah, a crit, a draw, 4 PGs, 1 is
Yeah.
Paradia. What kind of hand is that?
That's what you want to see. That is what you want to see.
Yep. Milling about
We're
it,
really
milling
checking
about it.
triggers here from every single source. I'm wondering what is in Art's hand that. I mean, these are huge attacks, right? No matter how you look at it, it's a 31 Esper idea and a 33 arcs. You know, that you still have to deal with after this. The PG will come down. The grade 3 Kyrie discarded. She's not really doing any much more. And I think there's 7 cards or 8 cards left in hand, which is still quite a lot to guard the remaining attacks. We're going to see a draw trigger come out for Suo. That is a good piece of news. We'll make this a bit harder to guard. And we see the crit. That is another huge addition. And the Trickstar
And the
finally the second copy.
Final Trickstar right there.
It is
He's
the
getting
last one.
everything. He's getting everything in hand. Everything that he needs. Yeah. And then this is still gonna be super pressuring. You're gonna see a
41?
lot of sacrifices. Yeah, a lot of sacrifices on Art's hand.
We need 2 15k shields here to guard this attack, and then you need a 35k for that arc swing, which is honestly huge. Like, the damage ping from Nirvana without a defensive on it is really, really hard to deal with.
Right, gonna be. There's a melty there.
Okay, 15k
Draw
dropped, and there's another 15.
Another
That's gonna be
15.
enough.
There's gonna be enough. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sacrifice the board. Sacrifice the board so that you can put in fresh units. Yeah. And getting off the Kyrie's effect.
Oh,
Ooh.
PG.
PG to a Kyrie. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, on Art's hand, you don't mind. Yeah. You need your resources right now. Yeah. Everything's gonna be new. And just swing.
That's
What
right.
else is there to Kyrie, right? Just swing.
So
Having
here,
double reset, this big. That's super big.
yeah, indeed, we have some big attacks here for all the friends on board. Shout outs to all the friends.
Shout out to all the best friends.
Yes, I think we have 4 at the moment, so she does get +8 if I'm not mistaken.
1, 2.
No, sorry, the grade 1 also is also technically
Yeah. It's a friend.
friends as well. So this is getting plus 12. So big attackers. Gonna take out the arcs there. Definitely a lot of it's arcs plus the 50k. That does it is enough.
I mean that makes a lot more sense. I mean, you're pushing for game here, and then suddenly you're aiming arcs.
yeah. We're definitely trying to end the game here. This is another 30k swing.
Watching Suo's hand. That's a PG right there.
All right, probably gonna PG this Kyrie swing as well. Don't want to risk any funny business.
Oh, all right.
Well, this is good. We actually get finally a reset onto the La Plume, which actually serves as a full-on extender, which of course allows you to use La Plume's effect to call a grade 2 or less Assassize. So there goes the Ride Line grade 2.
It's free attack, why not? Yeah, free attack. Again, putting the King K there. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
It's a pretty interesting combo here that we're seeing, but again, because we know what's in Suo's hand, yeah, all of this, no matter how, that is
the
a
heal is big.
Heal. Yeah, that's a much needed heal.
Much needed one indeed, and a crit on top of that. That's some big columns coming out. We do know there's still PGs to go for, so technically could PG everything here.
Two more PGs, yeah, it's big.
Most likely gonna refrain from pushing that hard. Is this the biggest swing? It does feel like it is gonna be another PG, dropping the draw there. And then finally we have the
final PG.
Another, he's actually committing all of them. We see a Mahar in hand too, which actually will undo the efforts of that heal trigger.
A heal trigger.
I do wonder how it's gonna play out, because Gus does drop the crit, which means you don't have the soul for Esperal ID anymore, which is very vital. So here you can have the 1 CB and use it on Mahar itself in order to revive, I would say, the crit, most likely. There is a Trickstar actually in the drop because of Arcs having intercepted.
And you have the Trickstar in hand. Yeah, you have the Trickstar in hand. I mean, everything is set. I mean, you can shoot the damage with Mahar, call out the critical trigger. That's potential soul for Asparadia. Everything's set.
Thinking over the Trickstar call here. It's a rough situation because you basically are just lacking soul. Like, that's the only thing. And you probably have to revive the crit and have to call it behind something else.
There we go. I think he almost forgot to rewrite. Yeah, he almost forgot.
Doesn't need to.
I mean, if you want to shoot damage, I think it's pretty necessary. Yeah, because you want to do this now.
I mean, you can also just discard it from hand. It doesn't have to actually ride.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be in right. Swag purposes, I suppose.
Yeah, just a flex. Oh, this is gonna be a big Esperal idea. I think that took like 6 original dresses. And we're gonna use the Mahar effect, CB1, Soul Blasting the other Mahar to push 1 damage here. Very important damage check for Art. We're gonna revive the crit. It cannot. It normally should not go behind Vanguard. That's the only place where it will not be effective for the restand. We do see a heal which does not activate. So that crit.
So big.
So the crits should have gone. So the thing is that the Esperal ideas restand by Soul Blasting 1 when the Vanguard attacks. So you do have to boost a rear to put the crit to soul first to pay the cost for Esperal ID. Otherwise, it is not going to be going off.
It's going to be a clash of timing, right? It's going to be like the timing difference between soul charging the crit.
Yes. And I think, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think there is any more soul. So that is the only position where the crit should not have gone. But we're gonna see. Maybe there is a soul that I'm missing out. There is no soul. Alright, then that means that these Esperal ideas are not restanding. That is a problem. Because
it might be a ruling questioning coming soon. Yeah.
I mean, there isn't really much to ask as well. I think it's just the placement of the crit probably was just done in a rush. and unfortunately that's not where it had to go, as this crit now, yeah, it basically misses timing on going to
It
Soul.
misses timing, yeah. That's
It had to go behind one of the rears.
Yeah, behind one of the Sparadias. Now this is missed timing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and we know all PGs are out. Most of the triggers are out as well. It's pretty unfortunate to see, but again, even the best players do make mistakes. You know, it does happen at times when, you know, you have the tournament stress in the nerves. And especially for Suo now, you know, trying to make the back-to-back-to-back after winning Premium and V Premium. These small little mishaps do happen, especially, you know, when you have all that pressure on your shoulders on top of everything else. How can Art guard this? For Art, this is an opportunity presenting itself. Like, you've been able to survive all this time. You've been able to push through all this time and through all these turns. Can you keep doing that until the very end? We see the PG come down. That's the third, I believe.
Yep. Still good, I think, because whatever that's gonna come out from there, I mean, it's gonna be a 33k base, right? With the
Drive, crit,
43.
all to rear, draw,
53.
all to rear, and finally an Arcs.
Right.
You already went for the dice.
He was
I love
moving
that.
for the dice.
That plus 2k will help push the Esper idea. So now is that those
really
different match
true.
numbers? 23,
Yeah, it
33,
is.
43, 45, 53 with the
53,
buff
yeah.
from Esper from
Is
the
that a
Bahar.
PG? Oh no, it's a
2-card guard
30.
with the defensive included. Aileen is going to be enough. 2 cards left in hand. Ard survives another turn. Suo did not manage to finish it, and there are not many cards left in deck for Suo either, even if he can guard all these attacks.
This is gonna be the final turn. Final turn for Art. Final turn for Suo.
Yeah, this game has been going on into the 11th hour. It's been really hyped to watch. Both players, you know, it's just the small things. It's the small little micro decisions that change everything.
Ooh, yeah, swapping all the cards there, getting that extra power. Oh, I like this. I like this so much. This is gonna be
Alright.
swinging. Yep.
Go check
Yeah,
it.
ooh.
How many cards is that Aileen looked at? I need someone, once the VOD goes up, somebody has to just go through and check. Like, I feel like this card is, this one Aileen
there forever.
in the back row left circle, I think has seen at least like 7 cards by now. Oh, we see the check. That's gonna be the 6th damage. Suo, unfortunately, gonna lose. Art takes it in round 5 with Kairi over Suo's Nirvana. And that was a really, really good game. I mean, both players are still at the top of the leaderboard. Suo does drop a game, goes to X1, but it still doesn't mean that they are out by any means. The chances are still very much there. But for Art, that was a really great showing. Just kind of showed it's like, okay, if you're gonna ignore my board and I'm, you know, my power on the rears is gonna be a bit lower, but we do have a lot of strong attackers in the deck that can kind of, you know, make it still pretty tough for the opponent. So honestly, that was really, really well played by Art, and hopefully they can continue the run through into the tournament. So Amar, any thoughts after that game? I mean, that was very back and forth.
I mean, that's the longest game we've had today, yeah? And
I think so.
Yeah, and that's the first game ever that I watched Suo drop. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. But still, wonderfully played. Just a slight error at the end there, but you know, nerves get to us. You know, even to the best of players, it does get that heavy mistake. But still, in regards to that, Kairi, man, come on.
Yeah, I mean, Kairi's
still one of the
good.
best decks there is. Yeah, still one of the best decks there is. I like that.
Yeah.
I like the multiple attacks so much. Yeah, but still, props to both of them. And I think, you know what? Don't go anywhere, everyone. Yeah, we still got a lot of games coming up for you guys here. Yeah, a lot of exciting matches in standard. Yeah, we're gonna go on a short break, but we'll be back, you know, in a jiffy.
That's right. We'll see you guys in a bit.
And welcome back, everybody, to another exciting round, yeah, in the standard Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Championship. I like that word, championship.
That's
yeah?
right. That's right.
Yeah, with me right here is Kai replacing DF. Yeah, Kai, how are you feeling? How are you feeling so far?
Oh, that was a close game. You know,
Yeah.
that was a close game, and it kind of shows you got to play your cards right. Right, you got to play your cards right. You got to put in the right spots. But I think, do we have some standings to see where everyone's at? We're near the end of the tournament, you know? It's round 6. Ooh, look at that, Lucif. First place. Wasn't he playing Flagberg? Right?
He was playing Flagberg.
Art, right? That was Muzrax as well. Kel, WC Kel, Desert Cuckoo, Kitten Pant, Andy, and Colin Lee 815. Let's swap it around. Let's kind of look at the rest of the 4-1s. Ma? What do we have
we're
here?
looking at all the 4-1s right now. Yeah, currently in the top 16. Everyone's gonna get this score eventually. Yeah, Trunky is there, Warnom, Kiyotaka, Ayano Koji, Hikawa
Skies.
Yeah, Ichi, Duck, BSA Guardian, and the Gumi guy.
yeah. And pretty interesting. They got to keep on winning to have a chance. But I think the plays are already ready. We've got a nice matchup right now. Let's kind of take a look at the decks, what we're going to be seeing. And, I think this is a matchup we might have seen. We've got Adrian Barber from Gecko State playing Bruce, grade 4 Bruce. We saw Bruce earlier in the tournament, right? But didn't ride to grade 4. So this one, hopefully we see this ride to grade 4 and just kind of go off. We see a lot more of the grade 3 cons though. We've got the Leonard and the Derek, right? So on at least his grade 3, he's got kind of more backup and then just kind of focusing on the big plays with Megan, right? Anything you want to add there, Emma?
No, it's an oppressive build. I mean, I wasn't kind of feeling it with the previous Bruce deck list just now, yeah? But this one hits big, it hits hard, yeah? And
that's right.
The ramp up is there.
Yeah, but let's take a look at who he's fighting against. We have
the tried and true.
VSA Guardian. Yeah, the Maha Nirvana again, right? And this one is just pretty similar to the list out, except you see a few more maximizations. 3 Trickstar, 3 Amelia, 1 Expector, and like more Irenas, which is a trend that's been popping up quite recently. But yeah, I think that's about it. The plays are waiting, right? We shouldn't keep them waiting too long. We gotta let's kind of take a look at this game, right? And
you're on their nerves there. They're nervous.
That's right.
You can feel the nerves.
We got another Canadian against the Australian this time.
All right. So who are you
Battle of the Commonwealths.
Battle of the Commonwealth.
That's right. The Commonwealth game's right here. So we got the game. Who's gonna start? This is actually big, right? If Adrian gets to start, he gets to go into his ride more. But then we got the Amelia plays on Guardian side. Being able to just go up anyway, right? But we see actually a lot of the Nirvana decks just don't really care. They're happy to Amelia up or not.
Yeah, Amelia up.
Yeah, but it looks like Bruce is going first this time, so we're gonna see that final rush popping up pretty soon. Well, sooner than usual. We've got just normal plays from Bruce. Easy times. No Protobulbs in these Bruce decks that we're seeing. Because why bother with finesse when you can just attack, right?
Yep. I mean, you're going for the long haul, the long pass here. Why bother?
Unboosted attack here, very easy guard, but no guard coming out and the draw trigger. All right, that's easy. It's fine.
Oh, okay, one of the other cards, yeah. But the thing is, Bruce has so many conditions, yeah, in order for them to ramp up. You gotta get into that final rush, but then again you gotta wait for your next grade 3 turn, yeah. But once it does, it really hits big. But by the time usually your opponents, you're kind of prepared for it, yeah. But
so
first,
committing a double already. I think this is really interesting to see how these Bruce players are playing. We saw last game the Bruce is very, very, very how do you say conservative with not committing a lot of cards. Heal comes down. Heal. Right. Yeah. So, but this one being very aggressive. Adrian going aggressive with this Bruce and going first. You kind of have that advantage in that like you'll get to that final rush quicker and be more threatening quicker. But if you're not careful against Nirvana players, right? Like Guardian here, if you give them too much damage, they might just ride to grade 3 and then go, hey, I'm going straight to grade 4 and see you later, right? And that can happen, or you're opening yourself up to just like big swings where they can convert that counterblast into cards, and suddenly you're sitting with no cards, or they have a lot of cards, and then like one turn they kind of just finish you, So we'll see. We'll see how like Guardian right now has to be more aggressive because Adrian healed that 1 damage back down to 0, right? If he doesn't put enough pressure on Adrian's basically playing his game. But, you know, Adrian's also presenting a nice, juicy target on the side there. If he wants, he can just attack
Target the
into it.
Dober. Yeah, target the Dober.
Yeah,
And I
Dober's... More cards gone on Adrian's field means he has to commit more. And honestly, like, Dobers can convert very well into power. So it's scary, yeah. Doing the... Looks like just the usual dual lane so
That's
far.
the usual duel. Yeah, I was a bit afraid because, you know, he was kind of mulling to put the Trickstar behind the Vanguard. I was like thinking, oh, is this a new strat I'm looking at?
Ooh, but Guardian going very aggressive here. Got a Varina down as well. Gonna tri-lane. As we call this the I formation already.
Yeah, the I formation.
Yes. Versus
the small letter L.
The small I formation
The small I
on Adrian's side. Triggering... Ooh, is that a Maha?
Yeah, that's a Maha right there.
Yeah, Maha, and then this 15k, very annoying number to guard with, but throwing in that 10k it seems.
And is that a Dober? Another Dober inside the damage zone? That's all the Dobers.
Yeah, all the Dobers are gone. All right. And
that's it.
it's fine, right?
It's fine, it's fine.
Scott's Leonard.
Right.
Oh, not discard Leonard. Scott's,
No,
that's a great fall Bruce.
Daryl. I think that's a Daryl. Oh yeah, it's a great fall Bruce.
That's a great fall Bruce.
Yeah.
And then we got the Bruce coming in. So is Adrian gonna match? Is Adrian gonna match Guardian's field? Because you can match the field to kind of retire everything, well, attack into everything. But ooh.
Hey,
What's
Daryl.
going on?
What's good?
Okay, it's the Derek.
The Derek. Oh yeah. Sorry, it's a Derek. Derek's gonna dial it. It's like gonna be. He's gonna be playing into the power play.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, is he just put it in for the soul?
For the soul. Yeah,
Oh yeah, no, he gets the retire as well. He gets the retire, right? Because you know you have to be in final rush to get the free cards. Actually attacking rear. Oh. Massive damage
big
denied.
brain. Yeah, big brain play.
Now Guardian cannot Amelia up anymore. He has to stay at grade 3. And no, we've checked Guardian's deck just then. No urges. There's gonna be no CB place here. Basically, this is gonna be a very, very boring turn in a way.
Very vanilla. Very vanilla
turn. Yeah.
Can't draw. Can't get a power up. You know, even if you overdress, that's good for you. That's about it.
It's kind of one of those. It's like a weird situation because I kind of talked about before how Bruce, right? They can keep you on low damage, and then in like a couple of turns on their final Russians, really start ramping and pushing that damage. And this looks like what Adrian wants to do. But they're at like equal damage here. If like a heal comes out, go to 0. That's pretty good times for Guardian. You can just kind of relax, no guard a couple of times.
Vanilla gaming.
Vanilla gaming. Yeah. So let's kind of see what happens.
I don't know. Even if you think that you're safe, but unrivaled Bruce coming out at this turn, it's gonna be. It hurts. Yeah, it's pretty big. You're gonna go from 0 to 3 or 0 to 4, and just as easy.
Now, I just want to see how much does Guardian commit here, because there's going to be no power coming out, right?
No, nothing. Just nothing.
Yeah, in terms of what he can actually place out, right? There's like one copy of Expector in the deck. There's like one. There's like well, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, so this is going to be like a 13k a boring Expector. All right, it's gonna be a.
Are you gonna be swinging with rear first?
No, I want to Expector first. Yeah.
Yeah. Adrian can just take this, deny the heal.
Yeah, that is big. Trigger comes out. I think attacking with Vanguard first should have been like slightly better. I think because you can just game 4 triggers. Like, there we go. All right. Oh, second check, nothing. And this is gonna be restanding Vanguard, all right?
You know what? Just PG this, man. Just PG this.
PG?
You don't wanna take any unnecessary damage.
All right, trigger again. All right. Oh, that would have been scary.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think he could have just gamed for the triggers more. If he gets that crit, puts in the Expector, he's like, whoa. Good times, right? Good times.
Good times.
But yeah, now we get to
I want to
see
see a reversal here. Ooh, there we go. Unrivaled.
it's time for Adrian to play. He gets his final rush turn. He's happy with true CB, right? True CB is good. He's used two perfect guards though, at least, right? Did one go into the soul as well in the beginning? Did he soul blast it out?
Yeah. One into soul, one into the damage zone, one into one being used.
So that's three out.
Yeah, that's almost all of it.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to
there we go. Yeah,
to guard
full
some of the big attacks, right? And this is actually kind of a weak field.
Unimpressive is what I have to say.
Like this is a 25k.
There's a Madonna on the side, and yeah. I mean, it's big. I mean, you don't need any boosters actually, because the rear guys are still attacking big. I think Adrian is just thinking about the next step. Just thinking about being defensive. There's an Amelia there. Yeah, that's just like 15
easy guard.
Easy guard.
So we've got a grade 4 Bruce. Can we stand later? You can just kind of no guard this as well. Yeah, there it is. There's no guard.
Yep. Oh, there's a heal.
Oh.
Fun stuff.
And the second 3 checks. All right, we've got three checks coming out.
3 checks. Nothing there. I think
1 damage.
It's all the Derricks. I'm seeing a lot of Derricks there.
And now comes the Bruce skill, Unrivaled.
That's the PG inside soul.
Yeah, so we're gonna confirm 3 PGs out. That's pretty scary.
Yep.
So restands the whole front row, and now comes should be Vanguard attack. Oh,
By rights, yeah.
Oh, is he just out of fronts? Does he not have any fronts left, or like?
I haven't seen any out.
Well,
None of
I
them
guess.
are out.
Okay. So he's gonna push this. 35. Pretty annoying way to guard this. There's not really a good way to guard. And then if Guardian takes it, then your Vanguard is threatening lethal. So takes this one.
Okay, takes this one.
Wow.
Alright, you
Okay.
can just PG this. You know what? You wanna be safe. You can just PG this. No problems.
Yep. And then
Yeah, you know what? Single drive check still potentially devastating depending on what you drive check there. There we go.
PG.
it out.
First 1 check. Just
Another
another
Bruce.
Unrivaled. This one, I wonder where it's gonna go. Right. Is he actually gonna go for the rear?
Not really a target, I think. Let me just
I
push
feel like-
for damage.
Yeah, I just feel like there's no point at that point,
Yeah.
Because now Guardian's gonna have his turn, and
Has
as long
his
as we might be able to. He's already got the 3 CB, so he can go for the Ultra Maha play. Right
Ultra
now.
Mahar.
Ultra Maha play. That's right. You can go the Maha Amelia Maha, right? Double Maha, or double Nirvana, whatever you want to call it, right?
No, what I was gonna call it.
Yeah, as long as you've got another Nirvana and another Maha, another Maha, another Amelia, right? Adrian could go to like 4 damage before the attack phase
Before the
begins.
attack comes in.
So we've got a Rex G.
I mean, potentially that's the gameplay there, right? I mean, you go into Amelia, going into Mahar, using the skill, and then using the skill again. It's like
Yeah, if he has that play, life is good. Life is gonna look very good, and it's gonna be pretty pressure for Adrian. Rex G is gonna just get back. Is it Expector?
you just want the Expector.
No, okay, there we go. Esmeralda. That's correct.
Esmeralda. Yeah. Go for the Expector. That's not what I'm expecting at all. But
Oh yeah. Counter charge from SG. Now you can Maha for the ping.
yeah, Super Mahar.
We're going Super Maha, right? Boom. 1 damage. Well, you call first. You call first before the ping.
Call first. Yeah.
You get the
See
Trick
what
Star.
you're
On which side?
Yeah,
there
yeah.
it is.
There we go.
There it is. And then here
Yeah,
comes the ping.
And here comes the front.
Ooh, front trigger.
See, it's still in. The front triggers are still inside his deck. But yeah.
Here comes the Esmeralda.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. Counting the Trick Star, that's 7.
Ah.
That's just a 35k big in. Oh, 35 plus 23. That's 58. 58k Esparadia.
It's big. It's definitely big. That's for sure. But I just want to. It feels like Guardian does not have like 2 of them. Oh no, is that it? That is it. He's got 2 of them. Okay, he's got 2 of them. But he's just gonna do the one ping this time, which is fine. It's fine. All right, this is still pretty threatening. 23-23. Still kind of need 5k guards.
But we were expecting Super Mahar.
Yeah, no Super Mahar this turn. Actually, just is it gonna be okay? Yeah. But it was gonna be double Esmeralda, right?
Yeah. Double Esmeralda is just Esmeralda is just what? I mean, I'm just gonna push for damage. That's basically saying that. Not a dare.
But because of that trigger, the trigger that got pinged, right? It's pretty kind of easy to guard.
Easy to guard. Yeah.
Like this is a 15k shield for 2 as well, which is pretty good.
I like that. Doing it one by one, so that there are no rooms for error.
Yeah, no souls left as well for Nirvana anymore. So gotta be a bit careful about that.
Oh, that's big. I like that.
Oh, it's big attack. Plus 35k. All right. Alright, so I mean,
basically, if there's a PG, the final PG in Adrian's hand, you can just potentially, wait for
front for 2. Slightly inefficient because you could just 15, 20 is the same. But draw trigger.
Don't go for it, man. Just go for the sides. Oh, you know what? You wanna take it into account.
Is this the disrespect play on the Vega? Oh, okay, side play. And then but the heal does go off. The heal does go off.
Making this into an even state, even state of the board. But then this puts so much pressure on Adrian Barber because you know how Bruce's deck goes. It's just a matter of time until they run out of resources and eventually run out of deck. So they have to deal as much damage as possible, as many times as possible.
That's right. Putting it on the side is correct, by the way, because now you have to deal what would have normally been an easy guard, right? Now is kind of an annoying guard. It's a 30. Is that correct? So it's plus 35.
It's 58. It's 58.
No, it's 448. He's already included the 10k with the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
That's a bit weird. Yeah.
I think you should be attacking the other side first.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, all right. You do you. Yeah, there's gotta be like a long game plan right here that we're not seeing.
Going for rear?
Okay. Why?
Okay, so like the way I see it, right, is that Guardian goes, okay, let's think about it this way. I push you to 4, right? And then you have no cards in your hand anyway, right? You basically don't have that many. And I know that like in order for me to likely survive next turn, because you're probably gonna Bruce up, right? I probably need to kill that Megan, because Megan is pretty scary, and if you combo with like full dive and all that, it's gonna hit big. All right, so let's get rid of that card, and then next turn, since you're at 4, I can still ping you out with my Nirvana skill. Yeah. So I guess that's like the idea that he was kind of going for. Personally, for me, I would have just gone for it, right? Because even if you don't ping 1 damage, right? If like that's fine, because when you ping 1 damage, you give your opponent a chance to get a trigger. And if your opponent's already at 5, there is no chance for them to get a trigger until the 6 damage, and then you can just freely attack them, right? And they have to guard everything. And that's where the pressure comes from. But I guess like if you look at this field, the no Megan strategy is quite strong, because this is only hitting 15k. Yeah, it's only hitting 15, right? I don't think there was a full dive, right?
No full dive.
Yeah, so these are some very weak numbers, and that's kind of the weakness with Grateful Bruce, right? Because if you don't combo with everything, you don't have the sort of right power to like dip in on. But like to make up for it, you get 2 Vanguard attacks, which is
you can't even use his skill because I don't think he has enough soul.
Actually, that is true. I think this Leonard might have to be attacking. Is he attacking that one of the side columns?
Yeah.
I think just to generate the soul, and then he kind of guarded that pretty well. But I mean, wow.
I mean,
he might make enough from this play because this puts 2 soul in, right? But even like,
There's so many things that we wanna like.
Actually, like Leonard
question.
wouldn't have worked. Leonard wouldn't have soul charged because he's not on grade 3 Bruce. So
Yeah, it's not even on.
he can still
Violin's
attack.
Bruce. Yeah.
You can still attack the opponent's units, but I guess he was just using it for a clear. So if he's doing it this way, he should have enough soul.
Yeah.
That's the way to see it, right? He's doing it this
Yep.
way. You know,
it
Marjorie
this
would have
way,
made
but-
up the soul.
Yep.
And
More than enough. More than enough. I think calculating up. That's 4. Wait, that's 5. That's 5. You see,
exactly 5. Wow.
Exactly.
Okay. So you probably want a PG here.
Mhm.
Only going for 2 because there's like a scary notion of a overtree coming out, right? We haven't seen it from
We
Adrian's
haven't
side.
seen it yet. Yeah, we haven't seen the overtrigger.
Yeah, so
yet.
two
So
two here is actually risky.
superbly so, especially when the Vanguard is known to be a restander.
Yeah.
All right, let's see that OT magic. Yeah, 2 to pass. It's like it's Adrian saying, "Are you sure 2 to pass?" Guardian is like,
Oh.
"Yeah, 2 to pass."
Is that a crit?
That's a
Oh,
crit.
that's a crit.
Yes,
When you
go
see
in.
a triple
yes, go
drive,
in.
the first thing's a crit. You put it there.
Ah!
Oh.
Wait, not enough soul.
Oh wow.
It's 4.
Oh no. That's not good.
It's 4 or 5. That's not good at all. 4. It's 4
Oh
to
no.
4.
Oh, that's
Bruce.
that's tough. That's tough.
tough,
But now
yeah.
now Guardian.
This short.
Does Guardian have it? All right, we have it looks like a Retsuji coming down as well.
I mean, it's pretty much in Guardian's favor now. It's
Is that no effect? But he's got no soul, right?
no soul. No soul.
Oh.
Just going for it. Yeah, vanilla gaming at its finest.
Both sides playing soulless OTT, right?
Wait, but if it's soulless, then why?
Oh no, he has one soul. He has one soul.
He has one soul.
I think you.
Yeah, one
Yeah, he has one soul. He has one soul. I think he rode. Yeah. Okay. He just didn't go for the ping.
You just didn't go for the ping, and I think that was a wise move. Yeah, you don't need the ping now. You just whack, bro. I don't think that there's quality guard in Barbara's hand. I mean, sure, that was a crit, and then but we saw an order card though. That's pretty much a dead card in hand until the next turn.
I mean, when they're counting though, that's when you know, right? the hand quality is not good.
Yeah. I mean, not getting the full life. That's rum luck, you know. Not getting the full life effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. It could be just fake hand, you know. It's
Look,
just a fake out there.
So this is a 1. This
Yeah,
is a 1 because
that's a 20
here's the issue. That if
Two.
a crit comes out anyway, okay.
He's
If a crit
dead.
comes out anyway, yeah, he's pretty dead. That Esmeralda side is like massive, actual
Mhm.
massive.
Well, but
Still-
we can't discount the heals coming up, you know. We can't discount that. The possibility of healing this up.
All right, second check. Third check.
BG. Oh, that's a
Ooh,
million.
that is the crits.
That is
The
crit.
crits.
Fun stuff.
All
You know
all
what?
to that side, correct?
Mhm,
That
mhm.
side is
That big.
massive, huge.
All right, you have your final PG.
Remember, all
have
the-
your
all the-
final PG.
Yeah, all the PGs left Adrian's side. So
There
Oh,
we go.
the
It's the
last
final
one.
PG.
There we go. Right
The
there we
final
go.
PG.
And then you should just
Top
attack.
is Bruce.
Just give the 5.
Yeah, just take
Five
this. Just
damage.
take this, bro. Yeah, just take it.
Well, Bruce, why did you guard that?
Another
You might as
shield.
well. It's a front trigger, right?
It's a front trigger. Yeah.
All right. So Adrian, can he get the 5th soul? Where is the 5th soul coming from? Can he do it?
He kind of dropped an unrivaled bruise there, so I'm just thinking that he had. another
Ooh,
one. But
Derek.
Okay.
Puts it in to get that 5th soul, but this is kind of a really scuffed way to get a 5th soul, you know, because you kind of want to get value, right?
Yeah. But you do need feel. You do need a feel. So I'll give him that. Yeah, I'll give him that.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
does need a feel. All right. Yeah, I mean the crit is pretty good here because it does give you more soul than what that you need.
That's right. That's right.
And
then
Marjorie-
full field.
Is this it? This
Well,
can't
not
be
full
it,
field.
right? This can't
It's
be
good
it,
enough,
right?
right? It's good enough. this can swing in. You got a Megan and you got a Marjorie, and they hit big enough. All right. So suddenly all the soul is coming out.
It should have come out a turn earlier.
Yes, it definitely should have. Should have come out last turn. This is hitting 24, which is a good number. It's a good number.
Good number. No full dive, Joe.
Yeah, so the Vanguard column is going to hit very weak. It's just like a 13, right? But still, guys, the over trigger still hasn't come out yet, right?
Not yet. Yeah, that's the interesting part there. I was kind of expecting it to come out from the Derek's effect, but no.
Yeah, Guardian has to be really careful here. You know?
He has the PG, I think,
Yeah.
pretty comfortable there.
Even if the Vanguard is 13k, it could suddenly become 100 million K if you're not
100 million and 13k.
That's right. So he's gonna take this one.
Alright, nothing there.
I think he's just gonna take the first two and then like save all the guards for like the Vanguard and like the last few attacks. Because these are only hitting bigger. So another
that's a crit.
crit.
A crit going to soul.
So this one's hitting 23. Yeah.
Just a 15k shield. We saw him proccing that just now.
Like the Megan
yes,
side
right
is
there.
gonna be 15k here. The Megan side will be hitting 33 at least next turn or next attack.
Pretty big. Alright, so this is it. The ulti needs to come out here. It has to. It just
Guardian,
has to come out here.
There's 2 cards coming out of Guardian's hand, but now only 1. Is it PG? Not.
Nope, that's a heal.
Oh, if he doesn't, is he gonna take the risk?
PG in hand. Yeah, there's 1 PG. Probably there's only 1 PG in hand, so that's why he's choosing to put a.
Yeah. Ooh, this is
super risky, especially when the OT is known to give your
Actual.
Vanguard natural crit. 2 to pass.
Is that actually 2 to pass?
2 to pass. Oh, front!
No
There we
way,
go.
front.
All right,
Okay.
come on. A crit!
Wow. Yeah, that's.
He gave the power
This
to your
is-
Vanguard.
This is the
Yeah.
one Vanguard. This is the one deck where you don't want to take risks like this.
I know this move. This is
Because
the-
you're-
I'm gonna call my heal now after I'm getting
Yeah,
damage.
when the Vanguard restands, it's not
No, it's over. It's over, dude.
good. Yeah, Adrian Barber takes it.
Oh, awesome game. All right.
So you had the
He
one
was- Bruce
PG.
was
He's
kinda
just
doing
showing
that.
off. You had the one PG. You needed to save
That's
it.
it.
But,
Yeah.
oh, these games, man, so close, coming down to the wire.
I mean, Bruce was kind of struggling there. Yeah. He was,
Yeah,
he was just hanging
yeah.
on by a thread. But
Yeah,
all right,
it just-
all right.
Yeah, Bruce definitely didn't have the optimal cards for a while, but just even after all that pressure on Guardian's side, it didn't really didn't convert into cards into hand that he could actually guard with, right? It just became like scary. And that's also, you have to be scared of Bruce, right? You have to be scared of Bruce. Even though the last attacks are pretty weak, you still have to think about how many of them are coming out. There is 6 attacks, all right? Not 5. There is 6.
Not 5.
There's 6. Yeah, so you got to be really careful with that. There's a lot of double Vanguard pressure as well, and that just can when they get that front the crit,
That was actually the final front. That was the final front in the deck.
That was the final front. Yeah.
That was the
Well, the
final
deck
front.
was relatively low as well, so you're reaching
Yeah.
that state where you're gonna be starting to see things. But yeah,
Wouldn't
that
call
was.
it compressed. Wouldn't call it compressed. It's just.
Wouldn't be compressed. It'd be yeah, it'd be like there's not that many cards, so things are gonna show up, right? A couple of yellow starts, a couple of pink fronts. That's what's gonna happen. And especially when the front comes out on the first drive check, you're just like, ooh.
Yeah,
It's already decided. Yeah, it's already decided.
Yeah, imagine if it went the other way around. Would Barber had put the crate on the Vanguard? Yeah,
I think when you're in a triple drive situation like that, you just count the triggers, and I think it's okay, right? Triple drive, first one checks crit. They say 2 to pass. That's pretty. It's okay. It's okay. If they say 3 to pass, then probably not. But 2 to pass is kind of good. It's kind of good.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You gotta go all in.
yeah. That's it for that game. I think we're gonna go to a small break into the round 7, and we'll be right back. All right.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere, guys.
That's right. Stay in your seats.
COVID-19 has started claiming these different.
And we are back for round number 7 of 8 here for BRO 2022 of the standard format. And Kai, I feel like we've been having like back-to-back some really intense like grindy games. You know, where both players just kind of have to really just, you know, play until the very last second, take one big gamble, and you know, try to make use of every single little mistake that the opponent makes, right?
That's right, and it's just they've been very close games as well. Basically, you know, anything can happen. We thought one side is winning, then the other side won. So yeah, it's been a long like a long day of just every kind of like spectrum of games. We got the blowouts, we got the long games, and we got the just more games, right? More games. So, but we have standings. Let's look at who is in the top tables. Got 2 rounds left, right? We need players want to win, and they need to be able to win games. So who's at the top right now? We got
only 2 undefeated players. One of them, we have Art and Musrax, both players that we saw on stream earlier, and Art running Flagberg, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no, I think that was no, that was the Kyrie.
Yes, Art with Kyrie. That's right. Art with Kyrie, Musrax with Thegria, of all things. That's really exciting to see. We have Kitten Pants, Losef. So Losef we saw with Flagberg, I believe. Desert Kuko, and then Warnum, Kelly Beyonce, and Kel. A lot of familiar names throughout all 3 weekends, to be honest.
That's right. If we do the flip side, who's crawling back? Got the Suo, got the Derek Dow, right? We've seen them both. You got Fairy Tomimi, Franz, Mana GG's, Taco Taz, and Adrian Barber. Just rounding out the last little bit. It should be quite interesting. They have to win. They have to win in order to confirm their tops. And let's kind of look at what we're playing today. Who are the players?
That's right. So our first side of the feature match is gonna be everyone's beloved Derek Dow, the one and only, playing PBO. Now, Kai, you are teammates. I'll let you talk about this list a little bit, because there's definitely quite a few like not very frequently seen cards if you don't keep up with like all the shop tournaments worldwide.
So yeah, like PBO, right? It got a buff when it got the PR out in Japan, but in English we don't have that. So guess who did pretty well with this list a while back, and that was Mr. Ryan Kai. So this is pretty much like his list, and it's just we got you know ways. The good thing about this deck is that it doesn't need CB to go off basically, and you have a good counter to early game aggression with your Blaster Darks, and then as long as you just draw a PBD, right, and then a Drilling Angel or in a main, life is good. You're threatening with crit every turn, and you're just going off. So overall, it's a very strong deck. Can't be denied basically, and just can go off really quickly. But guess who he's going to be fighting against? Right, who is the Derek Dow's opponent? This is teammate WCC0. Right, so pretty
unfortunate.
This is a high stakes game. All right, we got Derek on one side who wants to get his first top in BRO because it hasn't been going that amazing. But we got Steven who wants to stay the AO king. Right, wants to win AO again to get that full sweep. But he needs to beat his teammate here in order to kind of stay in the game. Right, stay in the matches. So I think this will be pretty easy. Both decks can just pop off, right? And in terms of defensive power, they can draw cards, but they don't have that many half the time. So they could one person could just immediately get destroyed. So I can't wait to see this game. Should be pretty good, right? A team kill, right?
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I mean, it's when you face. It's not even at the start of the tournament. You're like, oh, I got matched against my teammate at the start of the tournament. It's okay. I lost. I'll keep fighting for the rest. Like, whoever loses here has a very tough time staying in for day 2. And this is like 2 players that you would expect to see in day 2 no matter what. So while it is like a friendly teammate match, it's a very high stakes one, and it means a lot for both players. And you know, it's crazy because both players know each other's playstyles and each other's decks inside out. So I'm excited to see how they're going to make use of that knowledge and that information to, you know, take that into the game and see which one of them will reign victorious in this matchup.
So I think we have Suru starting, I just want to point out as well that these guys did play in practice a couple of days ago, and Steven won nearly every single game. So
Ooh, the narrative. The
yeah,
narrative is big.
I think Derek won once. So, going second as well, though. I think one of the interesting things about PBO though is going second is not too bad because you just go, you just push. You can attack first, and then you can keep on attacking, and then on your grade 3 turn, you get to just ride up and get max power, max crit, basically everything you want. We have 2 damage already on the board on Steven's side, and then searching out the Trickstar. And then next will be probably the Arc's play, right? But I think here's the other interesting bit, right? Is that like in this situation, would you actually develop that Arc's? Because anything that
is hungry.
Yeah, the Blaster. If you keep the Trickster on the board, he can't get retired, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's something you kind of want to keep in your mind. But Suru does it anyway. He just goes in and gets the draws. But yeah, it's there is a line of play where I think you keep it, and then on your grade, since you're going third, your grade 3 turn, then you ride it up and you kind of dodge the Blaster. And if Derek wants to kind of retire it in other ways, he has to kind of commit a few more resources to do that. But here he gets
that's quite interesting. And we see the one of Urger in hand for the going for his grade 3 turn where it can actually be used.
I don't know how he does it all the time. Feels like he's just got that urge. It just comes to him,
It's like the Mission Police players in Premium is like, oh, only 1 Laurel, no problem.
That's right. So Derek going in now. He's 1 CB. That's enough. That's all he needs to start darking. Right. Top deck check from the Javelin.
Oh. That's a good top deck. You get to call out the Mugain. And of course, Mugain can only work when you place it from hand, unfortunately. Very important to keep in mind.
Yep.
But you can fish for another Mugain off of this Drilling Angel, which unfortunately will whiff.
Yeah. The other way is like, even if Mugain comes out, you can like choose maybe not to retire because it's still a good AK card, right? It's a nice body. If it's like a tree, you just like immediately pop it out. But getting rid of the Arcs, right? Should be.
I'm surprised that Derek only plays 3 PBDs though, because I feel like getting that into Soul with like a Drilling Angel or with in the main as fast as possible and as consistently as possible is really important. But the Arcs is still on board.
Yeah, the Arc should be gone.
Right?
Yeah.
I think we're seeing some little communications like, yes, please put the Arcs, please slide it, Yeah,
don't play too fast, guys.
A few centimeters away from the rear guard circle into the drop zone. And we see a crit on the first check there.
Oh, that is big. That is big.
There was second check on here into PG. That's also very important. Gonna push the 4 already.
2 damage.
Retsuji and a defensive crit. This is still 28. Gonna be guarded with a 10k.
Nice. So 3 CB to work with, but next, okay, PBO turns is scary. They're very, very scary. Especially like if you're like, because they get the 10k when you ride on grade 3, right? So that like both columns get really big, and early on you sometimes just don't have enough cards to like deal with it, right? You just don't have enough cards to deal with it. And if you don't push like now as well, you don't reach like that kind of kill range, which is very scary. So I kind of want to see what Steven does here.
Ditches the Mahar too, which is, I mean, for now it's fine. I'm assuming his hand just clogged up with a lot of like 0 shield cards. But in the long term, that is an important potential burn, especially with Derek being on 1.
That's right.
Trickstar gonna be revived. It's probably set up for the Urger, but we're gonna go for Arcs instead. I think it just needs to farm cards like crazy.
He needs to,
4,
yeah.
You just gotta farm, like forget the counter charge.
That's right. Yeah, draw cards, try and live basically. Commits the Urger down as well, and just gonna push damage like this.
Gonna commit the counterblast here as well. Choosing not to preserve it for the Mahar later down the line. Won't be using Amelia this game, so in that sense,
really
the CB is a bit easier to use.
You kind of don't have a choice right now because you need to push damage. The game's kind of gonna end pretty quickly, just like, you know, you probably have 1 or 2 turns, so you're not going to need like the extra CB in a way. Right? So you might as well just try and push damage and get Derek to a situation where he can't guard.
Crit right back. That's
Good,
huge. OT on top! Oh, that is big for Suo, but it's only 2 damage at the very least. This is still a takeable Vanguard swing. But that is a huge swing.
That is rough. And if you want to
damage.
talk about ways to farm cards, OT lets you farm cards.
That's right. So not attacking with Nirvana right off the bat, does not care about that extra 10k just yet. No defensive came out either, so this will actually be able to guard with just a 15. And then, gonna swing with Nirvana, probably PGing this. Yeah, he saw the PG earlier. Ditching the crit for, that's another important shield piece. Double Amelia to hand. At least those are just 5ks being farmed up and not necessarily huge cards to guard with. They're gonna go to 4. Nemain goes to damage. I don't know if that was already in hand or not, but if not, then that's no BBD in hand. Both players now at 4 damage, and we're gonna have to see how Derek will navigate the rest of this game, because of course now PBO will not have the crit if you don't have the PBD, but the opponent being at 4, usually they're gonna guard anyway. So the crit is not necessarily as vital there, but
that's right. If your opponent's on high damage, the crit doesn't matter, right? So
yeah,
going into PBO here, and Nemain in. What is he gonna Nemain? His hand size is not big at all.
PBO. We need to plus and get rid of the 0 shield cards as fast as possible.
That's right.
And then of course
he also knows he knows the game is not gonna last long as well, right? Basically, just a few turns left. And going in, this is just a 10
just
to like
10 going to rear.
Arcs, yeah. Or an urgent.
Whether it's arcs or not, they can intercept the way to protect. Gonna drop the shield actually. Interesting.
Ooh. Oh no, he's choosing. Ooh.
We're rethinking it. Yeah, Amelia
5k. There we
enough. Drilling, asking for another 5k.
Oh, does he really want to keep all these cards? He's.
You can ditch these Amelias. Okay, we're thinking twice.
There's like not many moves to make in this game, like left. You know, there's only a few moves left, just because the game time has pretty much been shortened on either side. So these decisions really have to count.
And as a commentator, it kind of hurts. Like, this is such a high stakes match. You want it to be dragged out as much as possible, but both players are just hungry for that victory, trying to go as fast as possible.
Yeah,
we're gonna use the grade 1 here. This is the Erunmes to retire the Urger.
Ooh. I was thinking he might even use like Dark's ability, because you can trigger like you can trigger an over trigger here, and that will basically save the game and like give extra kudos on the Blaster Dark extra drive check. But you know, because then he can retire like the arcs, just get rid of more cards. Cause, yeah,
that's right.
That's
but 25k shield will be enough to guard that. Derek's hand is at like 5 or 6 cards. It's really not even that big. This is looking a little yikes.
We need to see the Maha. Is there no Maha?
I mean, he dished one for the Ride deck earlier, so of course there is.
It's gotta be
into Mahar.
And then, yeah, this is gonna be pretty rough, right? Can ping one, and that should be enough. But he just needs an Esmeralda in hand, and then you know life is pretty good.
That is correct.
He's thinking about this turn quite deeply. Does he not have a trickster in the? He should have one.
Trickstar is currently under arcs. I think there might not be actually, unless he ditched one at the very start of the game. But I think, we're seeing the crit revive.
You want soul?
There's the burn one for a draw. That's huge.
Ooh. Okay. And does he even have an Esmeralda?
I don't think there's an Esmeralda. I think there's actually no connective tissue to actually finish the game here. He's gonna swing with the crit with a 14k into a 23. This is probably attacking the Nemain, I assume.
Yeah, you attack the Nemain.
Blaster Dark is gonna come back anyway.
That's right. You know, players will want to get max value for their Blaster Darks and just kind of intercept them all the times.
With this much tempo that Suo built up, and went through so many cards with like the arcs and the two Vanguard swings, still didn't manage to find an Esper idea, which is pretty rare. And no CB left either. Like has to take a damage next turn just to like use an SG to get back something next turn too.
Oh, that was an interesting weird guard from Derek, to be honest.
What was it?
Yeah, I think he moved his Blaster Dark to the front, but yeah, it's a strange one. But Vanguard's now attacking, and 23-23 basically just needs 15 to guard for 2. But he's thinking about this.
Triple drive always, kind of eludes that pressure. You gotta be careful. The OT is out. The crit got revived. I think. I can't remember if Sua's defensives that well. There's a couple, 2 or 3 triggers in the drop as well. Defensive wise, I feel like Sua hasn't been hitting that hard.
Yeah, and when you think this long to guard this, it's scary, man. It's scary.
It really is. It really, really is.
Basically tournament line. He might just move that in the main and front and go for 1. That's like.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, if you gotta do it, you gotta do it, right? If you gotta do it, that's the only way.
But the thing is, the arcs is only 20. It's not even hitting.
Yeah. But
so
if
it's
his
like
hand is actually his hand can't be that bad, right?
Right?
Like, there's no
we saw
way.
the PBO go to Soul. He drive checked the PBD last turn, so there is like a dead card in hand, but surely it's not that bad. This is a 2.
It's not that bad. So it's like the difference between 2 to 3, I think, is what he's thinking.
Yep.
But if he 3, yeah, okay, he's going for
2.
He's actually
stick
going
with
for
2. All right, so
go 2
show us the drive checks. Trickstar, that's an important card. Second check. Orcs.
Nothing.
There will not be enough triggers in a Mahar Blank City, but they're important pieces, but they're not defensive cards that will help to survive against Derek's onslaught next turn. Uh-oh, this Arcs is only 20. Probably attacking to the main, trying to take out any valid attackers.
Ooh,
that's...
I don't think that's enough.
Is it enough?
I don't know. Yeah. So he's realized. Yeah.
The main is indeed 5k. Alright, I can actually let her get hit. So I'm assuming that earlier there was an attack into the PB, into the Blaster Dark, followed by now taking out the main, and now Derek needs to field the board. And unfortunately, here in Japan we do have
that's one way
Emerin that finds you pieces, and this is also a way to farm up some cards with Mugain.
Okay, the problem is that because Derek had to get rid of the Persona Ride last turn. This time the power line is not as strong, right? There's a big difference between 33 plus a 35 Blaster Dark attack versus like a 23 and a 25, and then with a boost, right? Sure, it's 31, but hitting 41 is pretty good.
Indeed.
Yeah, and then Sura is only on 4 damage, so you can actually no guard and pray for one of the attacks if he really wants to. This is hitting for 10.
I feel like wouldn't it have been better to put the heal and the grade 3 to just shove them by 1 space each, and then to call out the Blaster Dark in front of the Mugain?
Yeah, I think he's kind of realized.
Yeah, because then you would have also been able to proc the grade 2 there to get plus 10k, and actually swing with it as well. Gonna keep the PBO on the board, and then call out the Blaster Dark. Blaster Dark, I think, will not be doing anything because it doesn't have to retire anything. Gonna be just a PG from Suicide.
PG,
not playing any games over here.
Overtrigger still hasn't been revealed on Derek's side.
PG is good. PG is good.
But it might not be good enough.
I think you just pass here for Derek.
I think yes. No, that's 100% correct. You will definitely pass here.
Like
your hand size cannot save you. But there is a trickstar in Steve's hand. That's correct. That is correct. There is a trickstar in Sura's hand though.
But you don't give him an SG like this. You just don't give him an SG, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, he has to basically have the trickstar and the Esmeralda, right?
Yeah.
You're basically praying for those two That's exact situation. And then if there's no way that Sewer can overdress here, the lines become way more manageable. You know, they're only gonna no 10k to the front row, right? But you know,
I think a overdress is possible, but it's like you don't want to arcs for no effect.
Yeah,
But you will.
He is arcing for no effect. That's fine. But is there still no Esmeralda?
There's no Esmeralda. I think would have come down by now. Mahar coming down. It will not be used anymore. We just need a good beater just to swing for 23 and ask for a 15 from hand.
We are literally playing vanilla Vanguard right now.
Yeah, I mean, man, Kai, you said this game would be over quickly, but it's been going. You know, we've been running through here the entire gauntlet, and we got big swings all around from Suo. Can Derek actually guard all this? The hand is getting pretty low on Suo's side as well, so if Derek can survive, the chances for next turn to be lethal are pretty high.
This is actually a pretty hard turn to survive. We've got 23, 23, and a 28, right? And they're not nice numbers. Let's put it at that. It's not nice numbers. Derek is PGing here though, very confident PG, and that means he might be able to survive this turn somehow. First check, nothing. Second check, crit trigger, so that's gonna kind of shake things up. Puts it on Nirvana, that's 33, right? Nice number again, gets over the fronts. And the last check,
another Trickstar. They're all coming through right now. Derek has 3 cards in hand. Can they actually survive? I think he needs another PG
28. All of these like kind of require 2 cards to guard, and he's got the hands up. All right.
It's a double intercept on board. I'd like to believe it's possible, but there's a PB. Did he dish the PBD for the PG?
Oh, I didn't see. It makes sense.
I would assume so.
You have to, like in this situation, the PBD is just nothing. So
yeah.
the one choice is he takes this one because he has to guard the Maha side because that has a crit. And
my god!
Take 1 damage. It has to be this one. And I don't know, like.
Oh, he shows the 1. I don't like that.
When you see the figure, he's
he's guarding it. Double intercept. Double 33.
That's enough.
That is enough. Yeah. That is enough.
They've just enough. Oh, PG!
The 1 card PG. The 1 card in hand.
Oh,
just enough resources on board to make Blaster Dark. Just enough tempo. Just enough to swing. I think that's like 5 cards in hand as well. Nemain.
Oh, Nemain.
Crit. Nemain the soul. We don't care about the card quality in hand anymore. We just need to find things to swing with. Anything that can attack for a decent number.
Oh, they don't. They're probably not boosts then if he's gonna keep them in hand.
Oh, they don't look like boosts to me. Nemain going up in front.
Really? It's 10k? 10k to the Ox?
Just to take out the Arcs, just to kind of threaten the lines.
Well, Suro's hand is like not great anymore, right?
No,
like,
it's not.
A bunch of.
This Arcs will be happily traded off.
PBO should swing now, right? Retire the 2 sides, get a Dark, and then his fronts get max value from this.
That's right. We haven't really seen that many fronts out yet.
Yeah, there is. I don't think there is a crit on this PBO still, right? Because
there is not. The PBD is still not being soul charged. There's been no Drilling Angel to eat any of the PBDs from the soul either.
We're getting
Trigger count
check,
heals.
trigger check.
3 crits, I want to say. 4. 1 draw face up in damage.
Going for that's 1.
28.
Because this is eating for 23.
38.
That's 2. 2. So confident 2.
Nothing. And a heal!
Ooh.
That's a huge one, but now giving damage is still shaky.
That's right.
Somebody has to push at some point. Also, did he miss the did he activate the cam loss at all? Oh, it's on attack, it's on attack. Alright.
Yeah. Like this
Do you try to trade off the rear and just pass again? I don't think you can survive with just this hand.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
4 card hand, like 20k shield plus.
But then again, okay, so what is in Suru's hand though? Because we saw 2 Trickstar. And
yes. None of them have been dropped yet.
Yeah, so there's 2 5Ks.
Gonna swing. The crit comes out. This is a 20.
Oh, there's a crit.
There's two triggers and two trick stars. It's gonna swing at the Mahar.
And then, is it gonna be a pass? I think it's gonna be a pass.
I think it's a pass.
If you're doing this, you have to pass.
I think we're gonna just let the resources run dry and try to survive. If there's literally Suo needs to draw into an overdress, into any Verena, and then
I think he's just calculating
changes.
defense here.
Pass!
There's the pass. There's the pass. Okay, that's
all right.
correct.
The turn comes back for Suo, but what can he do? A bunch of trick stars in hand, and a bunch of triggers.
Wow, like here's the problem for Derek though. He really needs something like a Persona Ride to be able to start really pushing damage.
Just that big extra pump. But we've seen so many PBOs just flying left and right. Amelia promoted.
Oh!
Are we keeping everything in hand? We're keeping the hand. There is about 55k shield in that hand, which can actually last that offensive from PBO. Let them self-minus, let them run out of resources by themselves. But even then, if the Blaster Dark stays on board, that is a free retire, basically.
Here's the thing also, is that Suo's been triple driving like crazy. How much of that deck is left?
Honestly, that is a good point.
Is he going for the two?
Oh, is
two
there
to pass?
How many crits are out for Suo, I wonder? I feel like there's still a fair bit. I think there's about 3 that we've seen in hand now.
Yeah.
And the next amount across the drop and damage by now. I feel like it should be like 6 or so. Oh, are we going for 2? We're going for 2. We're gonna cash in the Blaster Dark. It's a 3 to pass.
Going for
38 versus a 13. Show them drive checks. That's the crit coming out. That's huge. That rear now has to be guarded. That's gonna become an Amelia at 18.
Second check. There's a Retsuji.
Amelia, another 25k shield picked up. Another 25k shield picked up. That's huge. That's like 80k shield in hand right now. That is gonna be guarded. Derek needs a Persona Ride. Derek needs a Persona Ride and finds it off the top.
Okay, we have something happening now, right? Something can actually do something. Something is happening.
Alright, we're gonna get a check of everything. Give me that deck profile right now on stream, mid-round. Let's see it. The Phantom Blasters, the Overlords, and the Dragons, show them all.
This is the turn that Derek has been waiting for, and he's gonna push this turn. It's gonna be hard, but we've seen hard happen, right? We've seen people go from the losing situation into the winning situation. Have we even seen the Overtrigger is still not out yet, right?
I don't think we have. Not for Derek. The deck is getting pretty compressed.
That's right. And I mean, if this is the one turn that Derek will really need it, and just getting everything check again, making sure, because they basically know all the decks inside out, you know. I think it's perfect as well if Derek gets like a lag reel this turn. That will just up his pressure like insane amount.
100%.
And,
I love that Derek just slapped the Persona Ride. It's like, we'll figure out the rest from there.
That's right. There is no way you are not Persona riding.
It's the one thing he's been searching for this whole time.
It might even be his last. Might be his last one. There's only one left. Oh, he's doing the
I think he's okay. So he found out literally everything he's had to see what is the most realistic card that he can find. Surprisingly, not putting in the PBD to Soul by the Drilling Angels effect.
In a way, the PBD wouldn't matter because he's already at 4, right? And he's gonna do like 1 attack first. If something takes it.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, it might not be that value.
Okay,
if he can just
this retires the Amelia.
He really needs to get a 1 card out of the deck just to make it slightly better.
That's right.
Ooh, and committing nothing here.
28 coming in. It's a big swing. But again, Suo's shield in hand is insane. Like, there's so much to defend with in that hand. Although,
I don't think there's a PG though, right?
There is no PG.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult because with the Persona Ride that's hitting 33. Oh,
heal actually is effective.
Oh no!
Esperal idea goes to the drop zone. We saw it SG drive check last turn. That can now be recovered. The multi-attack is now going to be active. And the Persona Ride is undone. Double retire for Blaster Dark. Soul Blast 2, get rid of that Amelia. Nobody stays on that board.
Suru can easily guard this attack now, but again, I just like the overtrigger still in, like an overtrigger crit, something like that will basically end the game.
Yeah, that
I think
chance
he's
is still there.
Getting the trigger check, right? Suru really, we haven't seen a PG at all on Suicide, so you know, this is basically like hoping for like for nothing to happen.
All right, this is gonna be a swing. There is 10 cards left in deck, and the OT is still in there.
Oh no!
The one damage finger is shown.
The OT can come up defensively as well. He's going for a guard. That is one.
All right, not enough for now.
And that is three, right?
That's 53 against a 33. 58.
No pass?
We're gonna go front trigger. Comes out.
No.
Everyone gets buffed. That's very important. Get back that Persona White Ragriel a little bit too late.
Yeah. But now everything is still hitting. Everything is still hitting. Suru has to be really careful as well. Next turn he gets to do a ping, but if that ping is the over trigger that ends the turn.
That is true.
If Suru has crits left in the deck, it might actually be better not to ping, because you might have to get like multiple crits on like a Vanguard swing. But you know, at this point, you just play for it. You go like, it doesn't. If it comes out, it comes out, right? It's like a die roll, 1 in 6.
All right, this is. Oh, is guarding it. The double crit put down enough soul in Suru's Vanguard circle to restand the Esperal ideas, or are we gonna reconsider it?
I think he definitely should have enough. He hasn't been using his soul at all.
That's right. Double Trickstar in hand. I feel like you might want to keep one of them, but you don't actually have any of your arenas in hand unless you top deck into one and have like a double. If you draw into another Esperal idea and then recover one of them with the Resuji left in hand, like that is Derek's goal right now. You will most likely not win the game here, because of course, you know, with Sulu being on 4, but I think it was just a quest of getting that SG out of hand, and sadly,
I feel like
managed to get it.
You don't have much of a choice, right? Because you need to kill him, so you need to push damage, because you're past that point of like kind of no return.
Yeah, it's
really
scary,
there's
man.
There's no more
deck
damage
size is really compressed as well.
That's correct. No, that's not correct. You're basically here. You're praying for that OT to come off in the next 2 cards in your damage zone, and that wins you the game. That just
Kai right now is like a friend trying to help another friend parallel park. He's like, nope, not like that. Go a little bit more left. And the Esperal idea goes to damage. The double dream is no longer there.
He could draw one.
Are there any left?
Maybe.
It's a G gonna find one.
Red G coming out. We got one bro coming out. All right. He's like, time to restand. And do the counter charge. Yep.
Trickstar on board. Esperal idea.
Oh.
Eat the Trickstars, eat the Varinas. There are a few of them. No, he does not have them. There is no Nirvana.
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure there is no Nirvana. But this Verena is huge. There is a double! Oh, that might just be it. That might just spell the end for Derek. The only hope might be that OT left in deck.
Suru learning from previous mistakes. He puts the crit behind the Reguard.
That's right, let's go Sulu.
Actually not doing any pings this time. Actually no, he doesn't have the Nirvana,
Zero
so
hand.
He can't do it. Alright. But that's fine. I think Derek needs to take something.
This is 27, it's a 15k guardable. But I think he has a front in hand.
He's
gonna take it. Drilling Angel is not the defensive that he needed. Oh no. This is gonna be just a 25 coming in first.
If he wants to take something, he should take it now.
I feel like the Esper idea with the that is in the overdress state is the one that you'll have to take though, because like that's gonna be so huge. Like even if you 6 damage heal, it will not actually.
Yeah, but
save you.
if a crit comes off the top, that Esperaldia is not happening. You can't no guard it, right?
That is
so
true.
you have to take the ones where you can. And again, it's a dice roll. It's a 1 in 6 now, right? The deck size is what, 6 cards, maybe 7. It's hard to count. But you know, you've rolled a 6 before. I've rolled a 6. You kind of need to roll a 6 at some point. If you take the Vanguard, you run the risk of a crit coming out, right? That's not ideal.
It definitely is not.
If you have no ways to guard, it would be here, unless you think a 6 damage heal is coming. But you know, we've seen heals before, right? Derek's experienced that.
He's looking to take it.
On the line. All right.
It's that moment where you just have to tell yourself that this is all you can do. The heal comes out on 6. Both players. 6
okay, but now it's like it's a
healing.
1 in 5 for the OT to come out. Like it's gotten lower, right? But now everything is easier to guard as well. So you know
6,
that
8,
Vanguard swing
9 plus 45k on this Esper idea, plus 55 with the buff included, 68k Esper idea. I don't know what you're guarding that with.
3, 5 crits are out. All right, 5 crits. How many?
Like
how many
almost
there?
every
Was
trigger is
everything
out
there?
at this point.
All right, Derek is basically praying for no yellow stars to come out. Masuro, oh, he wants those stars. All right, he wants those yellow
Absolutely.
stars.
I think there might not be any stars left in that deck though.
It was 5 crits out, right? I think.
Was it not more, including the soul as well?
Oh, it might be 6.
There is a crit in soul.
So there is. Is he on 7 or 8?
It's very there's like a 1 left at most, I want to say. But this attack has to be guarded no matter what. This attack has to be guarded, and then I think you have to take the huge Esper idea.
Yeah, you basically have
Again.
to hope the crit doesn't come out. That's it. If the crit comes out, it basically means that, you know, whatever you're taking, it just unless you can guard the Esmeralda, that's that's something we haven't considered yet. It looks a bit hard, but he's putting cards down. He's trying to figure it out. Is he going for the 1?
1 to
Go for the
pass?
1?
Are you serious?
Oh, the 1?
1 comes out. 3 checks, 3 shots
First
at
check.
getting a trigger. We've seen nothing but dry checks from Suo. This
Second
still
check.
dry. 5 on the
That is a
3rd
crit.
check. That is going to be 2 damage to Derek. 6 damage. That is not a heal, and that is going to be game. Suo wins.
Wow.
This incredibly heated back-to-back showdown between 2 teammates. What a game.
That was a crazy game.
Oh my god.
Both players getting like nothing in a way, except, you know, first, you know, Steve getting rushed down, right? Early on, getting that overtrigger kind of made him recover. But then Derek kind of holding out for the turns, right? Every single turn, trying to find his outs. But unfortunately, you know, he couldn't hold out for forever. You know, he made all the right plays. Fortunately, it didn't really pan out. So he's going to go into the X2s. Gonna have to pray a bit. Hope that his tiebreaker is good enough. Hope that Cyril continues to win, of course, right?
Yeah.
You know, better tiebreakers. Yeah, that was a close game.
Insane. At that point, if Suo doesn't win the next one and make it the top cut, man, that would be such an unfortunate story turn. But what an incredible match! Like, it's crazy thing that these 2 players play against each other all the time. 2 teammates, you know, that can have this quality of games anytime. Like, that's actually incredible. What an amazing showing by both players. For Suo, there's one win left to secure the top. For Derek, it's getting that win and praying that the bubble actually brings him in, because woof, what a game. That match was incredible.
nothing much to say except, hey, if you guys want that last game to be as good as this, I don't know, put a thumbs up in the chat, right?
Right.
And, you know, last round will be coming up very soon. We're going to go to a short break to recover and, you know, watch more Vanguard later on.
That's right. See you soon. I sure do hope that all of you had a well-deserved break after that last match. It was so intense. I cannot believe it. And Amar, did you manage to catch the intensity of Derek versus Suo that game, man? Sheesh.
Dude, I was at the edge of my seat. I was like, what's happening here? I can't believe, not only the intensity but the quality, dude. It's like the quality of the match in itself is just insane. Yeah, props to both of them. Seriously.
Like, that's the kind of game you want to see in the finals, not in round 7 of Swiss. It felt unfortunate, you know, that like they had to fight each other like that, but we still have this last round 8 right now, and to get a better picture of who's looking to make it in and who's looking to have to fight the bubble, let's take a look at the standings real quick and see who is still undefeated and who has sadly folded. And Art, the one and only with Kyrie, so far undefeated, dethroned Musrax, who is now 6-1 with Thagria. And then we have, of course, Kid in Pants, Kel, Suo, Desert Kuko, Fairy Tomomi, and Taco Tas with the X1 record, 6-1. If they win this last one, they will definitely be in for top cut. And it's going to be a question of if they lose, if they can continue their run through this event. But let's take a look at the other side of the bracket here.
Okay, let's look at those on the chopping board right here. Yeah, in a manner of speaking, of course, they still have a chance, especially those on the 6-1 rating here. We have France, we have Adrian Barber, Losif, Random, Kelly Beyonce, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji, D. Derek Dow, and Sipton. Yeah, all 16 of them right now. Currently, these 8 are the one in the most dangerous spot. Yeah, but still, do not lose out hope. Yeah, there is a chance still. Right? Not everything is set in stone. Well, probably for Art, it's already set. Yeah, it's definitely gonna go up there. But still, let's let's not waste any time. Let's look at the deck list. Yeah, what they are bringing to us right now.
That's right. So, you know, the players on that kind of bubble line have a lot on the line here for this last round. We're going to start with Fairy Tomomi running Prison. I think it's the first Prison we've shown on stream so far. It's a deck that is very popular here in Japan, and I myself play it probably the most out of all the decks in this existing meta too, because, you know, it's just very strong. Like, it has a very specific game plan it wants to do, and it punishes players that don't prepare for the matchup. Like, you have to really know the matchup inside out in order to not be completely... Like, if you know the matchup inside out, the matchup becomes easy, in my opinion. But if you don't, it's insanely hard. So, it's a deck that really rewards game knowledge, you know, because this deck has so many different ways to approach it, whether you're just winning by scaling the prison, or you're winning by decking the opponent out. Like, the deck is really, really powerful, and we also see a mixture of counter heals, 2 of each, in this lineup from Tomomi. And of course, the one-of Charlene, which I think is also a nice card to have as a one-of, you know, basically making it so that you can't guard with normal units or use blitz orders, which is, like, arguably one of the, like, most restricting guard districts that there is right now in Standard.
But what are the conditions?
I mean, this is definitely a pretty rough, you know, condition. You have to have 5 cards in the prison for her to attack. But that's why you run her as a one-of.
Yep, one attack spicy card. Well, I mean, this is a very unconventional prison deck list, yeah? Very unconventional. I like it.
Let's take a look at the other side. Desert Kuko. What are they bringing to the table? It is Grave Zorga. This is a deck that I personally haven't been running into as much as expected, but it is a deck that got buffed really well with the Festival Collection, with the addition of the Order, of course, Clouded Miasma, and it basically lets you kind of like do Zorga's skill in a way. CB1, revive something, and then get half a Persona Ride. Right? It's pretty nice. And then Grave Zorga itself, of course, is kind of like another like a side grade to Zorga as a whole, adding that other part of the Persona Ride plus 5k to the front row if you Alchemagic, and then of course also being able to Alchemagic for a Soul Blast and a discard. So, you know, you get to recycle orders, which the old Zorga didn't get to do, and on top of that, it kind of adds to the aggression of the deck, which I think is something that the deck was lacking a little bit.
Oh, but now it more than compensates, yeah? A lot of order cards there, a lot.
Yeah, lots of orders, some token creation as well, and you know, we got of course the Roaming Prison Dragon together with the Tearful Malice on top of that. So, with all that being said, let's get into the game and see these decks in action. It looks like Zorga is going to be going first, and we're going to be seeing the draw and the discard of an order, I would like to imagine, with how many are played, and we do see a Tearful Malice being discarded.
I mean, that's definitely fine, yeah? Recycling orders is what they do, and at the same time, you get to discard your date cards in hand. I mean, we talked about Zorga, I mean, quite a few times actually, yeah, in all honesty, and then always wondering, you know, as big as their hand sizes are, it's actually a lot of, you know, a lot of fake cards. You know, you can't really guard with them. They're just there.
All right.
So we're looking at this as usual. You know what? I like the prison play style, but going second means that you do need to force out a bit, yeah, of a grade 1 to put down that prison.
Exactly. So like this is a deck that really likes going first. Going second immediately means you have to have the Cheval Stud or virtually any grade 1 to rest, otherwise you're resting your Vanguard. You know, having a crit works too, but Cheval Stud is the best. Gonna rest it, play the Prison and Soul Charge 3, get the triple drive in, we see a crit.
Great.
Surprise Gleamer into another crit. That's it's a bit of a painful Soul Charge. But we're gonna swing right after that and try to see what we can find off the top.
Still fine.
Still another crit.
Still fine, because I can imagine, you know, the worst outcome is getting those crits, but also, yeah. Is this an over trigger?
I think that was an OT indeed. So that is already flying out the window from the very start of the game.
Plus and minus, right? Plus and minus points.
Yeah. We take those. We take those.
Yeah, we take those. You're not getting dealt a lot of damage early, and then at the same time, you know, you get to draw. That's like, you know, the other side of the very, very dark rainbow.
Yep. So here we're gonna see the Husk Dragon coming down and calling out, or you know, getting back the order, and then we're gonna make 2 plant tokens by the effect of the Propollen Rephilis.
Yeah.
So it helps to push a little bit.
So this is the new Stoichia now. You know what? With Magnolia dethroned, yeah, everyone else is trying to get, you know, to get that. Roroa is trying, you know, yeah, piece of a pie, to be like the Stoichia token mascot.
And I'm gonna immediately retire her as well as the token to countercharge and get the draw and the soul. And now we can also get the Roaming Prison Dragon out, because of course it just needs to see an order being played, and then you get to call it out.
Oh, that's so huge, yeah. And then there's an Alchemagic, you know, shenanigans going there. It gets so big.
The Miasma, yeah. Like the Miasma goes down, as well as arguably like the best order that Zorga has right now. We've been seeing some Zorgas actually doing quite well. There's been some, you know, community tournaments being run that Zorga has been getting some good results in as well by fellow community members. And now, you know, I think we get to finally see a Zorga player at the top here of the AO Legion, which is, you know, definitely a bit of a surprise to some.
Very
but I think
niche,
for those that have been,
niche.
Yeah. But of course, for the Zorga mains, I think they've been expecting this deck to finally get that, you know, spotlight at some point.
I mean, we've never had it before. You know, we never had the spotlight there before. Usually they, you know, they kind of stumbled at the beginning there. But now Desert Cuckoo is actually, is that a Zorga? Yeah, it is a Grave Zorga, yeah. I have to say, one of the most fire art, yeah, that it has currently in game. And it's just absolute fire. Absolute fire. Ooh, that's another crit. A lot of crits are flying out.
Yeah. I think we've seen 4 crits from Domi's side already, so that's already halfway through.
Halfway through. I mean, that's not gonna be good.
It's another draw being ditched. That's the second one there. So a lot of triggers being seen. And then now that he's at pink, we'll ask for a prison from hand. And looks to be the countercharger there. So well,
the headhunter.
Yeah, the headhunter. I say countercharger, but you know, it's effectively a countercharger.
It is effectively a countercharger. Yeah. Ooh, going on the offensive here, and I like that. Yeah, you know, prisons should be playing like this. You know, most tend to just save up your hand until they actually ride into Seraph Snow. I personally like this one.
Yeah, rushing. It's always tough with prison because you have to really read the game flow well. Because every piece you play down is a piece that you can be like, you know, using later down in the game. And generally speaking, prison likes to play the long game, and so does Zorga. So it's going to be a question of, like, you know, who wants to take the lead in that sense. And we see a heal come out here. The counter heal does push Tomi back down to 1. And then this will be a pretty big swing. I think at 33.
33 swing.
Yeah, getting Desert
the one
Code
off Wild
2-3.
Intelligence is out. Yeah, the one off Wild Intelligence, yeah, it's already out. So it's like, that's... I mean, come on, the one piece is off. You know, you gotta think of it as a tech card. Yeah, if it's there, it's there. If it's not,
You got enough other things to play with.
Yeah, you know what? You know, you have all the other toys in your toy box. You know, that's just one of them. And we're gonna be seeing Grave, yeah, Grave Zorga coming out again. Fire, absolute fire of a card.
All right, discarding the Grave Zorga in order to ride it. So that is one Persona ride that is out. And we see the beautiful SSR here as well, which is very hard to come by, very hard to pull. I'm going to use the prison to get almost 1 and get 2 cards out. That is the way to beat prison, is to empty out the prison every single turn. Make sure it is as empty as possible. Make sure your soul is empty after the first grade 3 turn, because you don't want Pure Light stealing any of it. Those are the 2 main things to keep track of.
Your soul,
Tearful Malice.
Actually, your soul.
Yeah.
Your soul, your field, prison, your hand. You know, you're going against decks like Zorga. You gotta think that, you know what, most prisons tend not to even aim for that 10 prison card. You know what, that's a bonus. That's a bonus for it to happen. But other than that, yeah, Zorga's looking pretty. I mean, it's kind of getting pushed here. Yeah, 1 damage to 3, but I think they're still on the safe side. But one thing that we have to understand as well is the Brand Gates overtrigger. You know what, one of the most dangerous overtriggers there is inside the game.
Still in the neck.
Still in that. Yep. Still waiting to come out, and then still. Can you just imagine the situation scenario there? But still,
that's right.
You know, one overtrigger down on one side, the other is just waiting to happen.
Okay, Grave Zorga's effect here. It's really cool that Grave Zorga now, like, doesn't really count as much, so you can kind of afford to use more CB to free the prison. And on top of that, the soul keeps getting refunded by a lot of different effects. So playing around the prison, I think, got easier for this rendition of Zorga, and Grave Zorga really does make a big difference. And now we're going to be going for drive checks. So this is really huge because the Gather Upon Me order, of course, lets you ditch an order from hand to give Vanguard an extra drive. And then I think the Alchemagic target was the Miasma, which for CB will allow you to call a grade 3 or less from your drop. And then, of course, you know, also give the Vanguard plus 5k power, so basically giving plus 10k to everything. And then because of the Headhunter, the CB1 cost of Miasma is actually refunded, and we see a crit, which is going to equalize the damage raise here. 3 to 3.
Almost immediately there.
Another Headhunter, another crit, pushing to 4, and these regard columns are huge. So, like, Prism doesn't plus that much early. It is not the kind of deck that pluses much early. It wants to play the longer game and, you know, get bit by bit, you know, triple drives, Chevalstas and stuff to get the cards to hand. So if Tomi has like a really bad case in the hand, it might be a little bit difficult to guard everything. We see a defensive that will help to deal with things. Up to 20. That's a blank and a crit. Okay, double defensive does help to equalize a little bit here. I think it's the roaming Prison Dragon that is the strongest that can still hit here. I think Tommy does want to guard this. Gonna be guarding.
Regarding
And intercepting.
That's a good idea there. A Twinkie shield.
I think the roaming prison dragon does have the extra crit, so then the counter heal does actually have an effect on top of there just being a 10k shield. And now we have the Shadow Cloak swing. Will it be going to Vanguard for the 1 damage ping?
I mean, I would be doing that. I will be aiming to push the damage as much as possible so that you'll be in a very, very comfortable state. Yeah? And even if it doesn't hit, it doesn't matter. One more card off the board. Yeah, for prison.
Yep. And I mean, Agra Rouge is not necessarily the. I mean, I would say it is the weakest of the Grade 2s in the deck. I think Cuff Spring and the Accused Macrolite, sorry, are arguably the ones that carry the deck and fill up the prison the easiest, especially when your opponent plays around it. We're going to see the Kalmas 1 Soul Blast 1 here. I think that was being used. Oh, we're Soul Blasting 1 for the Agra Rouge first, then we're going to Kalmas 1 for Seraph Snow's effect to imprison 2 cards, and then you can CB1 for the Cheval Stud to get the draw as well. So we're going to see another Soul Blast. Not much soul left, actually, just 1. So definitely burning through it very quickly.
Yeah, being used very aggressively there.
I don't think you need to play the Cuff Spring just yet. It is a card
Not
that
just yet.
it's like the card you need to tide you over into like the big power on the actual Pure Light turns. Whereas here you can definitely like go for deck thinning, go for compression. This
Suppressed
is the time for that.
Glimmer.
Yep. They should have called her Compressed Gleamer because she's definitely doing that for this deck.
I mean, yeah, I see a lot of the prison decks actually running the Suppressed Gleamers. Yeah, several players actually don't like running that card. Actually, yeah, because you know
it is a quite polarizing card.
You play 3 off. That's it.
Yeah.
It's such a tilt when you saw one going into your hand and the other going to damage zone. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, Cuckoo is just counting the cards here. It's counting cards. Everything in your hand is just a shield. Ooh, alright, choosing to PG that. I think that's a pretty smart move.
Oh, a good move it was. The OT comes out. We're gonna be getting that double 100 million.
Yeah, one of the most lethal over triggers in game. Yeah, one of the most lethal that I'm gonna be seeing. A lot of pressure to guide. If Kuko does not have another PG, I think that's it. 4 cards in hand.
That hand is not looking too great.
It's not looking clean to guard at all.
If you can hard guard this Agra Rouge,
yeah.
then that's a different story. But here we're gonna need to see a heal come out. Draw to PG.
Draw to PG.
Let's see it.
No,
gonna take it, and that's gonna be game. Fairy Ptolemy takes it with Prison, deck thinned out with the Suppressed Glimmer, and was able to see the OT that decided the game. You know, those things do happen at times. You know, but unfortunately for Zorga, there was just for Desert Cuckoo, Zorga just didn't manage to plus enough. You know, really went in on the aggression and didn't manage to draw into the PGs there to try to survive that, or enough shield to guard the first attack, where you could have comfortably taken the double OT attack. So it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but it was still a great game to see from both players, and to see both Prison as well as Zorga getting featured in this feature.
You're loving that Prison. You're loving that Prison, aren't you?
I mean, it is one of my favorite decks. It is one of my favorite decks. It is very strong, and the Blanket Overtrigger is, you know, one of the most like flashy and powerful in that sense, in being able to just like, you know, instantly turn on damage, and you know, it's good that at least Desert Coco PG'd that first swing, and was able to, you know, at least stave off that damage piercing through. But yeah, definitely a rough game for Desert Coco, but I think they were very high on the standings, if I'm not mistaken. So I think their chance to make it into the top cut might still be fairly high.
I mean, for Fairy Tomomi, that's definitely it. Yeah, for Desert Cuckoo, it's gonna be like a bit teetering. You gotta say, yeah. It's like, you can't afford to drop a game off at this stage, at this final stage. Yeah, so that's a bit unfortunate. Yeah. So, I mean, we hope. I mean, I would love to see a Zorga in the top 8. Yeah. But can I like spice it up for AO region here? We're seeing a variety of decks.
Yeah.
Not the
Across all three
Gravidia
formats.
only. Yeah, not just the Gravidia only prediction that I had.
Yeah. We've seen really good diversity overall. We've seen some really cool decks pop up, and like decks that people I think didn't expect some of the top players to be playing either. You know, like Musrax playing Fegria. I think Derek Dow playing PBO might have come as a surprise to some people. I'm out here fighting with Youthberg here in Japan, loving that deck so much. It's super fun. Same goes for Nirvana Jiva, and man, just the set 6 format is just mwah. You have like all the great things of this format that English is in right now, plus a bunch of other cool decks that come out in set 6. So
Insane.
it's good, man. Bushiroad's doing a good job with balancing this format in particular. Like, you see the diversity. But I mean, that being said, AO has been diverse in like every format, I feel like. You know, especially in like the premium and the first week, I think we had like 8 different decks in tops. I think it was just in Vita we had like several Bermudas kind of chilling there, which was definitely a pattern that, you know, we saw in the other regions too. But I'm very curious to see like how things will differ in EU and NA going forward throughout the day, because EU, you know, is definitely going to have some of that kind of like spice. You know, there's Nuno Raimundo playing there, the current world champion for, you know, and until this January, this is going to be the finally the time where you can try to defend it.
2 years.
Speaking
2 years,
of the
yeah,
world
defend the
champion,
champion.
yeah, and like speaking of the world champion, the quite a few of the locations and dates for Canada and Europe were actually announced earlier today. So if you haven't seen them, make sure you check them out and see where your nearby major events will be. And, you know, congrats to Canada. 2 events. Really good to see, finally, after, you know, a bit of a drought during the Springfest period. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go for the Canadian players. And for the Europeans as well. I think they might even add more locations. Like, I think the website says, like, wait to find out more. Which, of course, applies not just to Europe, but to the entire world, which is very good. BCS season is going to be super hype. So, yes. I think with that, we will go for a little break, as this is actually the end of all of these Swiss rounds. We have now completed all of the games that there are, but we do need some time to, you know, generate the bracket and see the standings and who actually makes it and who unfortunately bubbles out of Top Cut. But we are going to go for a short break and then come back with the standings. But after that, we're going to take you guys to the EU side of the stream, where you can keep on watching and see how things will develop there, and which of the repeating players that topped in AO might be topping in EU as well. So if you've enjoyed the show, make sure you tune in. Make sure you tune in for the you know, the standings after the break. So we're gonna go for a short little ad reel, and we'll be right back. Peace. Thank you for waiting, and welcome back to the final moments of day 1 of BRO 2022 AO Standard. We're here with the full squad once again, and we're here to deliver the news of the standings and the players that made it and sadly barely didn't make it, getting into the top 16, which sadly we do not cut to for tomorrow's round. But let's take a look at our standings, and you can see here the players that sadly did not make it, going from the bottom. Please help. Oh, they're just sadly their request was not heard. They managed to make 16th. Trunky, which we saw top the other week, got 15th. SJP Ton with a 6-2 record got 14th. Takoktas got 13th with X2. The Derek Dow unfortunately got 12th with an X2 record. Ruar Non with an X2 record also 11th. Kelly Beyonce 10th with an X2 record. And Musrax in 9th with a 6-2 record, which means that if one of the top 8 players does not wake up on time tomorrow, Musrax will manage to make it in, which is a very, very cruel twist of fate.
Yeah, and then let's take a look at the toppers. We got 8th place Desert Coco just sneaking in with the 8th place. 7th place we got Kitten Pants, and then Adrian Barber in 6th. Franz making it 5th place. WCC Kel in 4th. 3rd was Ferry Tomomi. And then second was WCC Suo for his AO 3-peat. And then first place is Art. All no undefeateds this time. Everyone lost
Interesting,
once.
yeah.
Yeah. So should be
is
pretty
correct.
interesting tomorrow. And then we got the brackets, Amar.
That's
what's happening?
It's fire. Yeah, we got at the top bracket there. We have Art versus Desert Kuko. We've actually streamed both of them playing throughout this round here. But at the bottom side there, WCC Cal and Friends. I mean, I'm excited to watch that game. I guess. Yeah, we haven't
seen them.
Play. Yeah, we haven't seen them. And then we have Suo versus Kitten Pants. Yeah. Oh, you know what? The odds are there.
We haven't
The
seen.
trifecta.
We haven't seen Kitten Pants play as well. Yeah.
And also on the final bracket there, I have Ferry Tomomi and Adrian Walker. Yeah,
That's right.
all 8 of them. Yeah, these are our to-be champions. Yeah, making their way, fighting, clawing their way, into the top 8. Yeah, and hopefully
That's right.
tomorrow they bring their A game. Yeah, they gotta bring
Exactly.
their A game.
Technically, only one of them can be champion. But
Yeah, technically one of them
that's
is
right.
champion.
Only one of them. But
And for those of you curious about the decks that they're playing, going off the top, we have Art on Kairi and Desert Kuko on Zorga. So that's going to be a battle in the sea, except one of them is underwater and the other one is above. Then we have Kelvin versus Franz, which is going to be a Gravidia mirror match. So that will potentially be over in like 2 minutes. Then we're going to be seeing Suo versus Kitten Pants, which is going to be Nirvana versus Gravidia. So 3 Gravidias are in top 8. And then Fairy Tomomi versus Adrian Barber will be Prison versus Grade 4 Bruce. So that is your distribution for top 8. We have 1 Kairi, 1 Nirvana, 1 Prison, 1 Bruce, 1 Zorga, and 3 Gravidias that made it into the top 8, which definitely didn't feel that way. Like, we saw only 1 Gravidia, I think, in the entire, in all of the rounds we streamed. It felt like, Mustrax was close. Felt like, Thegria was going to make it in. Felt like Yo might have made it in too. Maybe Flagler would have made it in. But we see that Gravidia is the sort of the queen of the region here in AO, for the time being at least.
That's right. It should be quite interesting. It'll be tomorrow. Lots of technically still a lot of different decks, right? Even though we have the Gravidias, they'll kind of expect it. But there's still, Zorga, Bruce, Prison, right? Those are pretty crazy decks, right? And you know what? There's still more to go on, right? This is only AO. There is still 2 other regions, right? There is EU and NA, and if the numbers persist, NA is looking like a double region. Top 16 it could be even. Come on. Are you going to be staying all night watching?
I'm definitely going to be rooting for you, Kai. You're going to be in shortly. Definitely
Get ready, man.
Yeah. For my man, I'm definitely going to be there. Yeah, I'm going to be rooting for you inside the stream, on the stream chat, together with all of your fans, buddy. We're going to be rooting for you.
No pressure.
No pressure. Definitely not. Little pressure.
Just a little.
So it's
Even
gonna be exciting.
Gang, it's exciting, yeah. And then we've had an action-packed 8 rounds today, together, and there's more to go. You know what, you guys, we're gonna be jumping into the EU stream after this, and don't go anywhere. You know what? We have the whole weekend for you guys. The whole weekend of action-packed Cardfight Vanguard, and I'm gonna be seeing all the other regions, and hopefully, more variety.
Yeah, even more.
That's right.
Even more. We've already been showing a lot of it, round after round after round, right?
And any last words, guys? Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great day 1. I'm excited to see how things are going to be looking in day 2 with all these players. We have a very stacked top 8 bracket too, and which of these players will be trying to run through other regions. And if Suo, I'm excited to see if Suo can make the 3-peat happen. If Suo can actually win all 3 regions, all 3 formats in the same region, that is crazy. That is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, so guys, stay tuned for that. It's you have to make sure you're here tomorrow morning or tomorrow night, whatever the timing is, and just to witness top 8 and see what could happen, right? What's going to happen? For me, I think that's pretty much it. I'm pretty happy with today. It's been great discussing the games with everyone. And thanks all for watching. And Amar, anything you'd like to say as well?
I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna be rooting for Suo this one. Yeah, no bias, no bias.
Right,
I'm just excited, to see the first ever Triple Crown champion. Yeah, hopefully.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
Possible, but not yet.
Not gonna jinx it. Yeah.
Might have just jinxed it.
Yeah. All right.
That's
But
right.
seriously, to everyone, thank you so much. It's been a blast, right? Throughout the whole day, it's been a blast.
That's right. It's been a really great time. And for those of you that want to tune in again, make sure to find us back here on the same Twitch channel tomorrow morning. It's going to be around the same start time as today. But then for those of you that want to watch more action, make sure you tune into the EU stream. We will most likely be rating them after this. And don't forget, next week, there's still Vice happening. And I think the signups for that are still open. So if you want to get, your chance to win some prizes in Vice, then there is that for you as well. And of course, there's BCS season just around the corner. In just a couple of weeks, I think we're going to be starting off with the first location. So it's going to be very hype. Competitive Bushiroad card games are basically non-stop this year. We will go BRO, Springfest, BRO, BCS. It's non-stop. We're here the whole time. So it's definitely been a very fun time, very exciting time with the boys here as well. But on that note, we're going to call it a day here on the AO stream. Go wish some luck to the players on the EU side and go tune into the action and support our fellow casters there as well, as they've been doing a great job throughout all the weeks. But I think we'll sign off on that note. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for Top 8.